Happy Slater Friday, everybody. Just Friday, who? I don't know her. Just Friday? I've never heard of her. Who's that? Is she famous? Did you see Samara Weaving is playing Emma Frost? I did. Yeah, there's been a lot of motion in specifically the Marvel world. Two things we're going to talk about. Hi, Caroline Kwan. If I had a gift, would bringing it to Seattle Fair and work or P.O. Box better? Oh, wait, I totally forgot. I completely forgot to let y'all know that we do have a P.O. box again. Will opened a P.O. box, and I completely forgot to say I don't know the address. So, Emmy, you can bring it to, if it's big, I would probably send it to the P.O. box. Otherwise, you can bring it to the show if it's like not anything. If it's not anything too big, and I can easily put it in my suitcase. P.O. box openings are back. Oh my god, are we so back? Orange Chen, thank you for the Prime. Unjil, thank you for the 24 months. United Pro, thank you for the 6 months. Getting a taxidermy raccoon in person and having to carry that on the plane. Just, you know, I would be just like Holling, who also had to carry his taxidermy raccoon on the plane. If I ever meet him, I am going to show him photos of Barbara and Barnaby and be like, you're not the only one. There's a club of us. Something all these Marvel movies share in common. Blade canceled. Wonder Man canceled. Monica MIA. Ironheart barely marketed. Armor Wars is dead. Cap 4 was sabotaged by the studios. Sam is sidelined for Steve in Doomsday. This is not a coincidence. Yeah, Will and I were talking about this today. And you know, when it comes to pop culture, he's like obviously within the superhero world, Marvel, DC. He is very locked in. He is also, I need to tell y'all, he has been sitting there like, Doomsday is going to fail. This is going to go down as the most expensive loss. I was like, okay, I don't know if it's going to be the most expensive loss. He's like, yes, it will. Yes, it will. He is not making a secret of how he feels towards Doomsday. But anyway, today we were talking about it and he was like, yeah, I think it's pretty obvious with Mahershala coming out and saying that they're not doing Blade all these years later, and then also unrenewing WonderMan season 2, which they did not put any marketing behind. Mind you, that show was, let me tell you, I like to use myself, I like to use me as a kind of gauge for how do normies or people who are not particularly inclined to this kind of content, how do they feel about, like, what draws them in? I loved Wonder Man. That is not normally the type of show I feel I would watch. And then a bunch of y'all said it was great. And then a bunch of people in Will's community said it was great. And so we watched it and we binged the entire thing in like less than 48 hours. And we were very excited for season 2. And well, would you look at that? A show that they would not put a drop of marketing behind, which was well done. Well done. It was a great show. Uh, Yaya is going to be at the Emmys. He was nominated. I'm pissed. I'm also just so pissed about how with streaming platforms, they just cancel shows. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. A lot of us were enjoying that. That's fine. Whatever. Okay. You look amazing tonight. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Carly. Thank you. It's the heavy black hat. The hat slays. Having Mahershala Ali dying to make Blade and then completely fumbling is 100% a choice. And honestly, I think it can go without any. It goes without saying. Fuck Kevin Feige, right? Like we can say that. We can say that. We can speak on that. Yeah. They're trying to start from scratch. They're like, you know what? Yeah, nothing you invested any time in matters. So just keep consuming, you idiots. You dummies. Okay, so let's look at here's what Yahya Abdul Mateen said after the season 2 of Wonder Man was unrenewed. Here's what he had to say. Word just dropped that Wonder Man won't be coming back for season 2, and if you don't know, now you know. That's life, right? Everything will shake out. Wonder Man, which began streaming in January, was received well by critics, a 91% critical approval rating on Rotten Tomatoes. In her review for Variety, Alison Herman wrote, Abdul Mateen and Kingsley make their characters equally ridiculous and romantic, urged on by a motivation more intimate and individual than saving the world. Then in March, Disney announced the show had been renewed for season 2. And we all went, yay! However, sources say a writer's room was never opened. Earlier this month, Abdul Mateen, already an Emmy-winning actor for Watchmen, earned a Primetime Emmy nomination for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Comedy Series. Despite the change in fortunes, Abdul Mateen put a positive spin on the news, thanking the audience who watched, enjoyed, and shared that they enjoyed the show in some form or fashion. The show worked, and that's my favorite thing about it. I could see it on the faces of the YouTube reactors because I watched along with y'all this time. Shout out to y'all. And I can see in the messages I get saying how the show reminded some of you not to give up. And I feel it in the genuine love shared when I bump into some of you all during the day. So thinking of you all today. Oh, okay. Available at Walmart. Oh, okay. Excuse me. Concluding his note, Abdul Mateen wrote, I'm glad we got to be a part of something cool. Thank you for watching and see you at the Emmys. Which is just so fucking crazy that this man is going to be at the Emmys because he was nominated for lead actor in a show that has now been canceled, unrenewed. There is hope. Okay, the one thing I saw was a possibility that now this is just a theory. This is not anything coming from the studio, but a possibility that they may want to pivot his character to the movie side instead. I don't know. That seems not likely, but there's hope that Marvel fans haven't seen the last of Simon Williams or Trevor Slattery. According to an individual with knowledge of the situation, while Wonder Man is not proceeding with season 2, okay, wait, maybe this is where it's coming from. The characters featured in the series could still appear in other Marvel projects in the future. Is this what the internet looks like for people who don't use ad block? I do use ad block. I don't know why there's these ads everywhere. Maybe my ad block got turned off because these are hella ads for Ford. Anybody want a Ford truck? We are big Ford fans. I think that this is BS. I think that this got planted as a way to try and placate fans, to try and quell any outrage regarding the cancellation. I don't think we're going to be seeing these characters. Now that Ford ad is in Spanish for Spanish speakers. There you go. Well, Destin Cretton now has pull with how big Spider-Man is right now, so he, producer, the show, and director, could be able to bring it back. We'll see. And then the other news, which is Farley. Oh, I thought that was Farley. Oh wait, Will. Hold on. It's so funny. It's harmless. It's hilarious. Okay. So Will met Norm Finkelstein yesterday. You tell the story.
Let me tell it. It was my fault because I was talking to Norm and he was like, so how do you know Hassan? And I'm like, oh, we're partners. And he's like, oh, partners. And I was like, oh, I'm like his co-host. And he's like, oh, okay. And how long have you known each other? And I was like, 17 years. And I could see him kind of be like, is this Hassan's gay lover? Like I could see him kind of like speculating in his mind, like, who is this guy? It was pretty funny.
Yeah. I mean, coming out and saying we're partners. I think anyone who did it. Funny he didn't suspect Austin. Austin's not there. He's still on his gay pride tour. They talked for 3 hours before that. Haas said today they could have gone another 3 hours. Yeah, but he had to go spend some time with his partner. So proud of them for living their truth. I know. Me too. And then the other news, which is Farley. Oh. There are so many times he doesn't announce when he's home, and I just hear something, and I'm like, oh, Farley's getting into some shit. I'm sorry for blaming Farley. Honestly, very brave to come out to Norm. Yeah, Norm Finkelstein is going to go back and be like, I didn't know Hassan Pica was a gay man. And he thinks he's probably keeping it a secret. And he's keeping Hassan's secret and his secret lover a secret. Okay. We were talking about Mahershala. Yes. So unlike Yahya Abdul Mateen, who put out a statement that was thanking the fans and not having any, at least not showing that he feels a type of way towards Disney. Mahershala Ali came out today and said, I've been doing this professionally, or at least this was announced today. I've been doing this professionally for pushing 30 years now. And one thing I've learned is that what is for you, and what is not. For whatever reason, that project is not for me. If they wanted to do it, we would have done it. So I have to move on. Again, you had me under contract. They have billions of dollars. If they wanted to do the movie, we would have done the movie. So we're not doing the movie. But I feel ready to move on from the Blade questions. Those questions are for them. They didn't want to do it, so they should answer that question. And it does not take reading between the lines, or it does not take any insider knowledge to see that Mahershala is fucking pissed. He is so over this. He is like, yeah, they wasted my fucking time. They have the money. It's Marvel. It's Disney. As someone familiar with the industry, any ideas on what happened? Look, Kevin Feige didn't want to make it, but they kept him. But they kept going for years with this idea that they were maybe going to make it. And I think he just didn't. I think he never wanted to make it. I think they strung him along. You want to give your thoughts? Give your thoughts. You're the expert on this.
I think they wanted to do Blade leading into Midnight Suns. And I think when like the multiverse of madness got shoved back and Emperor Kang got rescheduled and recast and just deleted, they like hard pivoted. And so they pushed back Midnight Suns. Like it looks like now the funniest thing is what's his face from Obsession? Curry Barker might be the director for Midnight Suns now. So that project probably isn't going to see the light of day till like 2028, 2029. So I think basically they probably had a tie-in for the Blade script for the larger universe. And now that they're rebooting like everything and going younger, they were probably like, should we do a younger Blade? Should we do like 20-year-old Blade? And they already had this prestige actor attached. So they just kept dragging their feet until finally he was like,
enough. Do you think this also has to do with like just the whole wanting to scrap everything, like the Jonathan Majors fallout, the whole extended.
They're going younger. They're going younger with everybody. They're going younger with everybody.
But they're bringing back Gal Gadot. I'm just kidding. Oh,
Wrong
wait, that's
universe.
No, I knew that was DC. I'm saying they're bringing in Gal Gadot finally to Marvel so they can have her very impressive talent. They're like, get us Gal. We are going to reboot. We're going to have Gal leading this new reboot. I don't think Blade was ever in their plans, period. Aaliyah just won the Oscar for Green Book and went to them asking to do this movie, and then COVID hit and Marvel tanked and everything went down the drain. I mean, I think it's a question of, was it actually in their plans? Or did they make it seem like it was in their plans?
It was in their plans because they want to do Midnight Suns, and Blade is in Midnight Suns, as is Ghost Rider. So the timing kind of works.
What's the tea on Midnight Suns?
It's like dark. It's like all like the greasy, grimy, dark.
Wait, is that where Ryan Gosling's Ghost Rider? Is that going to be a part of that?
Yeah. 100%.
But is there any update on the development of Midnight Suns? Because I only see from a year ago.
Curry Barker, no. But it was always
Midnight
their intention
Suns.
to do it. They did a video game too.
Yeah, he's in early talks to direct Marvel's Midnight Suns movie. Was Ali allowed to do other movies in the meantime, or was he exclusive only to Marvel? No, he has. Actually, what is the last thing he did? Okay, you know what? You just take over. Jurassic.
He ended up doing a movie with the director who was supposed to do Blade. That's an action movie that's like very Blade adjacent. You can watch the trailer. And it was kind of like there to Marvel for not getting the project done. You can watch trailers.
Wait, was the trailer for what?
He did.
Do you want to just sit and I'll go? Okay.
It's called Your Mother, Your Mother, Your Mother.
Okay.
A man came to the prophet and asked, "Who is most beloved to us after you?" The prophet said, "Your mother." The man asked, "Then who?" The prophet said, "Your mother again." "Then who?" The prophet replied, "Your mother."
3 times?
Yeah. The man asked again,
Justine, thank you for the 3
"Who is
months.
next?" And the prophet replied, "And then your father."
Okay, so this was this is coming out in September. September 25th is the release date. Now, as far as was he not allowed to be in other things? No, but it made it harder. He turned stuff down, I'm sure, or he was just not considered because he was under contract. The fact that, look at his, let's go here. Yeah. He wins the Oscar, and then he's in Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, True Detective. He does like some TV, Eternals, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, Jurassic World Rebirth, which came out in 2025. He really has not. It's been pretty sparse, like very sparse. The failure of Blade directly led us to Sinners, as the latter used the set designs and costume designs for the closest Blade ever got to shooting. Yeah, as far as a black vampire goes, I think Sinners. I think Sinners. It's pretty much now because Blade's been popping up in a lot of video games, and those take years of planning. So they had the assumptions that the Blade movie would be out by now for synergy. Yeah. It's he's pissed. He's pissed, clearly, that he was just strung along. It's not like this was some small little indie studio. Ali's comments were partly in response to being asked about Marvel Studios boss Kevin Feige telling the Happy, Sad, Confused podcast that he was distressed about his company's inability to get the project going. Okay. I am feeling like a gigantic loser and failure that we didn't get off the ground with Mahershala. So Kevin Feige says this. He's like, oh, we tried. We tried. And I feel really bad about the fact that we really just have not been able to get this done. And then Mahershala said, oh no, they could have gotten it done. We're talking about Disney. We're getting a Ghost Rider movie in less than 2 years. Yeah. And they've spent, what, so far $700 million plus on Doomsday. They have the money. The move comes on the heels of another Marvel project being scrapped as Disney Plus canceled Wonder Man this week. I gotta be honest, not good optics. The Freshman series starred Yahya Abdul-Mateen, who received an Emmy nom for his role. The cancellation shocked fans as Disney had previously announced the show was renewed for a second season. Marvel originally announced a Blade movie starring Ali at San Diego Comic-Con in 2019, 7 years ago. The company brought aboard Bassam Tariq to direct, but he left the film in 2022, reportedly over creative differences. That's who directed Your Mother, Your Mother, Your Mother. Interesting. So he was supposed to do Blade. And then he left. And then he did Your Mother, Your Mother, Your Mother with Mahershala. Directed and wrote. Ali and Tariq have now reteamed, for Your Mother, Your Mother, Your Mother. Tariq tells GQ that Ali actually trained to play Blade during pre-production. Mahershala is an athlete, and I saw the way he uses a sword on Blade. The first time he was doing sword practice on Blade, the stuff coming back was incredible. As a former athlete, I've dreamed of doing my own stunts, Ali added. I was very excited to do stunts in Blade and trained for a long time for that. So it was a huge relief to get to put that to work. in Your Mother, Your Mother, Your Mother. When I look at this and Blade, I couldn't have done both. And the reason this even exists is because that project fell apart and Bassam had the time, space, energy, and focus to go and write this and then reapproach me. And I was able to use those skills that I've been working on for over a year training for Blade. In that way, I feel creatively redeemed on some level. After Bassam left Blade, Love Country Helmer Jan Demange took over and then likewise left the project. Ali's Blade did have a voice cameo in a post-credit scene for 2021's Eternals, yet in 2024's Deadpool and Wolverine, Marvel brought back original Blade franchise star Wesley Snipes to reprise the character during an extended cameo sequence. Your Mother, Your Mother, Your Mother is an upcoming Amazon MGM Studios action film. The premise: following the death of his wife, a devoutly religious hitman embarks on a desperate journey across Houston to protect his children. Is this the movie that like Armie Hammer thought he was making? Confronting the forces closing in around him and the beliefs threatening to unravel within. The film will have its world premiere at TIFF in September. People are quality memeing Marvel and Kevin Feige into the dirt.
White power! White power!
Anthony Mackie and Winston Duke on the set of Avengers Doomsday. By the way, if you're using uBlock Origin as your ad blocker, you can set it in the settings to block ads. Am I in incognito mode? Oh, I don't think I realized that. Wait, let me see. Ad block. Nope. uBlock. I think the site is that. I think it's just bad. I think I'm just getting blasted. I think they're like, oh, you wanted to block ads? Nah. I don't think so. Blade doesn't need too much CGI if it's done right. He's a more grounded character, so they could feasibly pop one out in 1 to 2 years max if they wanted, but they clearly don't. Yeah, that's exactly what Mahershala's take was. He was like, they could have done it if they wanted to. So don't listen to Kevin Feige being like, oh, I feel like I failed. If only I was Kevin Feige. If only I was the president of Marvel Studios and was the person in charge. If only I was me. Marvel used the Samara Weaving casting news right after this to mitigate negative press. And everyone is still like, go fuck yourselves.
Just waiting for any minute now.
Okay, I know John Campea can be really annoying, but
that announcement of a brand new release date for Mahershala Ali's Blade movie is going to come barreling down the pipe. It's been, just what, 7 years?
Okay, I'm adding that extension.
6 years, 7 years, I don't even know now.
Since
Mahershala Ali came out on stage on the Marvel panel and announced as the new Blade. Well, of course, then the other day we got some very, very discouraging news about that when Kevin Feige said, his biggest disappointment is that because he hasn't been able to get the Mahershala Ali Blade film going. Now, it sounded like it might be done, but he didn't come out and say, oh, it's done. It's dead. It's off the table. Like there was still some wiggle room there. Well, that wiggle room wiggles no more. Because there is now a report in the Hollywood Reporter where Mahershala Ali himself is now saying, yeah, this thing's done. The headline reads, Mahershala Ali confirms he is...
Sometimes I like to listen to takes from guys who are pretty chatty. They're just annoying because if they're like, yeah, this is bad, then I'm not saying that then that means it's bad, but it's like if these guys say, wow, this sucks.
Not doing Marvel's Blade. They just didn't want to do it. The article goes
He's
on to
hit or
write the
miss.
following.
Yeah.
Mahershala Ali will not be in Marvel's Blade.
Him and Jeff Snyder, insidious vibes, but they do know things. Yeah, Jeff Snyder, I would say, is even worse.
The two-time Oscar winner confirmed to GQ that he won't star in a long gestating reboot of the iconic Vampire Slayer, and he firmly suggested Marvel drop the ball. I've been doing this professionally for pushing 30 years now, and one thing I've learned is that what is for you, and what is not, Ali said in the new interview.
I would be curious to know what Mahershala had to pass on.
For whatever reason, that project is not for me. If they wanted to do it, we would have done it. So I have to move on. Again, you had me under contract. They have billions of dollars. If they wanted to do the movie, we would have done the movie. So we're not doing the movie. But I feel ready to move on from the Blade questions. Those questions are now for them. They didn't want to do it, so they should answer the questions. I'm not gonna lie, Mahershala sounds a little salty.
Yeah, a little.
And granted, they've had him hanging on the wire here for 7 years. Now, look, I will push back on Mahershala. Listen, if they didn't want to do it, Kevin Feige wouldn't have humiliated and embarrassed himself. He wouldn't have gotten on stage at Comic-Con and announced to the world Mahershala Ali is Blade. He clearly wanted to do it. But for whatever reasons, one reason or another, they were never able to find the...
Okay, see, that sounds to me like then they didn't want to do it. For one reason or another, they couldn't. What are you talking about?
I don't know, the magic formula that they were looking for to make a good Blade movie. And listen, I respect the idea because under the Chapek era, they just would have pushed through and done it anyway, I think at some point. But I respect the idea. It's like, listen, if we don't have the right movie, we're not just going to do it to do it. Now, we could sit here and debate about why they weren't able to come up with the right movie at the right time. And honestly, guys, listen, you know how excited I was about Mahershala Ali playing this role.
He's like, let me be clear. I supported Mahershala Ali's casting as Blade. I was looking forward to this, but I have to defend the studio.
The reality is...
Wait, which guy's the Zionist?
I straight
this
up think
guy
he
or
is
this
now
guy?
too old. I think he's just too old to start a brand new franchise.
Is he wearing a Barbie lettered shirt that has the Oppenheimer quote, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds"?
He's not too old to play Blade once. But I mean, I think I was a little hesitant even 6 or 7 years ago when they announced him that he might be just on the upper edge of how old he should be.
Mahershala was in his mid-40s when they first announced this. Dude is in his 50s now. That's a long time to hold off on doing big action movies. He sounded like he was itching to do it in that GQ article. Yes, it's been 7 years.
To start a brand new, hopefully 10, 15-year franchise. Now, 7 years later, I definitely probably think he is. At that point, it's still, this is going to be one of the biggest, I don't mean shame as in shame on you, but more as in, oh, that's a shame. This is going to be one of those, this is going to be one of those big, this is a real shame this didn't happen. Because you had two-time Academy Award winner who's so good, and he would have been so good as Blade. Now, listen, I totally believe at some point, we are going to get a Blade movie. Like at some point, they're going to bring Blade into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's just obviously not going to be Mahershala Ali, and it's probably not going to be anytime soon. But you know what? At least, Rob, at this point, we can finally say it's done. The years and years of speculation of when's it happening, when's it not. And I even started to say about 6 months ago, listen, guys, it's time for Kevin Feige just to come out.
I'm sorry, but they spent $200 million on Fantastic Four First Steps, which was trash. Like they have spent so much money on trash movies. You're telling me they couldn't make Blade? They couldn't make Blade, which as far as superhero IP goes, is one of the least difficult to put on screen. It is not that fucking hard to get made.
And say it's done. It's dead. Just come out and say it so it's done. And now we just had Kevin's interview, which left a little bit of wiggle room, but now Mahershala Ali is out here saying, nah, I've moved on. I'm not even taking questions on it anymore. It's finished.
Sorry, I thought Fantastic Four was a fucking snooze fest. And it was like, honestly, in my opinion, kind of low-key conservative coded, and it was such a snooze.
It's been a long road to get to
That's my hot take. Okay, I'm coming out with some hot takes.
this point, Rob. What do you think about this thing now finally being put to bed?
Low-key.
Do you think
I
within the next
often use low-key when it's not even low-key.
5 years we'll get another, mounted campaign to get a Blade on the screen? And ultimately, why do you think this fell apart?
Ooh, well, look, I think we've talked a lot about this over the years, and I think one of the biggest problems of a Blade movie in the MCU is that Blade, at least from the original Stephen Norrington directed Blade from New Line, Blade comes with its own universe. It's not just one character. You have a world view of vampirism and secret cults and all the daywalkers and history. And I think what happens is, how do you incorporate one universe into one that already exists? And
Isn't that what they do all the time? Excuse me. Don't they have the whole fucking multiverse?
look, I have no reason to understand or believe that, but I think that's the problem. I think that how do you incorporate all of Blade's mythology into a universe that has yet to really reconcile, other than with wizards, with their supernatural? I thought they were going to.
But okay. If this had been like a year ago, they announced we're gonna do, or there were rumors that they were gonna do Blade with Mahershala, and then they're like, you know what? Nah, this is not gonna be able to fit in to the whatever phase Marvel is on now. We're not gonna be able to do it. This has been 7 years. They announced this at Comic-Con in 2019, which meant it had been in the works or pre-works even longer than that.
to do more after Werewolf by Night, but they really haven't. So I think that's been a real sticking point, is how do you reconcile even the question of do vampires,
Also,
when Thanos
it's
snapped his
Blade
fingers,
versus
did the
vampires.
vampires disappear?
That would have been a fun question to address. I would have,
yeah,
I
would have liked to be, because you're thinking about Thanos and resources and things like that. I mean, if the
I need Will to listen. I need Will to watch this and comment on it.
vampires are only preying on the humans, then they were not a drain on
I need the Will
resources
Neff hot
of the
takes.
universe. So maybe the vampires were allowed to live, and if that's the case, then with half the population
well,
gone,
the question is bigger than that, because remember, when he snapped, it snapped away half of living things. Vampires are not alive.
they're not alive.
So did they get snapped? That's the question I want answered.
And if that's the thing. If they're not alive, then they would have suddenly half the population would be
feed
gone, so their hunting grounds would be easier to deal with. So I think that has become a huge issue. However, I think Blade is they have a Blade in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which is, if you had asked me this 5 years ago, I would never have thought that not only is Wesley Snipes in the MCU now, but I'm going to get a new hot toy of that character. And it's wild that he's that cemented into the void. And to be honest, John, even I thought it was I thought it was really cool to see Ryan Reynolds bring Wesley Snipes back. But after they announced a Mahershala Ali Blade, to not make that movie and then bring Wesley Snipes back, that had to sting. It stung to me. I was like,
well, I think at
wow.
the time by the time when they were making Deadpool
Wait, are they they're talking about figurines?
and Wolverine.
The
I think the
toys?
plan was still to make Mahershala's movie.
Well, I know,
Yeah.
but how do you announce it for half a decade goes by and then you just bring back the old Blade? I mean, it's
But it was for a one
There's
shot
no- there's
as
no
a
frame of
short
reference
guest
for Mahershala.
appearance as a
but
gag.
still, yeah, of course, but he did. It wasn't just he didn't just show up in
This
one
is
scene.
deep nerd shit at this
I
point.
just thought
all
it-
right, okay, all right. You know what? I got enough. Here's my take. Massive missed opportunity. All right, they completely fucked this up. This could have been a standalone vampire action movie. And you know what? You want to know what one of the most successful movies was last year? One of the most successful movies of 2025 was a vampire movie starring a black actor who won the Oscar. People fucking love vampire movies. They love Blade. Blade is one of the coolest characters. I say that obviously not being like deep into this stuff, but I love Blade. Love Blade. He is such a cool character, and this should not have happened. All of these goddamn delays and rewrites and lost release dates, and now the announcement that it's done. They could have just made a fun action movie with Mahershala Ali with zero tie-ins to the larger MCU. Blade is insanely easy to also just keep separate from the main MCU. Like, it's not uncommon in any media that Blade shows up. The main character to not only be surprised that vampires exist, but that Blade exists as well. Yeah. No, you're right. Even as a comic book nerd, Blade is S tier. Yeah, it's truly 15 minutes after the Mahershala news, they dropped the Samara Weaving cast and be like, hey, aren't y'all excited? Yeah, we looked at this. Blade canceled, Wonder Man canceled, Monica and Maya, Ironheart. Ironheart barely marketed, Armor is dead, Cap Force, Sabotage, Sam is sidelined for Steve. Listen, y'all, you need to understand it's not a coincidence, because the reports that come out every year that track that track like diversity on screen, both both like from behind the camera and in front of the camera, so directors, writers, actors, etc. That in the last couple years it has been on the decline. That once again, by a significant margin, white characters, white creatives, white performers, white stories have are disproportionately what's getting made. They're going to recast and make the movie later, aren't they? I mean, maybe they'll cast maybe at some point, and then they'll be like, well, we want to go with a young Blade, which I don't understand that, because okay, my understanding is that Blade canonically is supposed to be he's supposed to be like 70 to 90 80 90 years old. He's old, but he looks like 40. So it's not even that he's supposed to be, it wouldn't even make sense to have him. He's a vampire. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense to have him as a 20-year-old. Have you seen Tommy's new video on Children of Blood and Bone? It made me so confused, but I feel bad for her still supporting the film though. No, did she put out something? Tell me. Gosh, what a mess. She doesn't go into any detail about anything. Yeah, I'm kind of looking through this. She just keeps saying she was like hyperventilating and sobbing, being antagonized behind the scenes. I don't know. When is this supposed to come out again? Children of Blood and Bone. Movie. January. Oh boy. Word on the street, the pre-order for her books isn't doing well. Oh. I saw someone point out on Twitter that if Ryan Coogler wasn't attached to Black Panther, we probably wouldn't get that either. Yeah. He's gonna cast Chris Pratt in blackface as Blade. They're like, okay, hear me out. We're gonna do Blade, but it's gonna be Chris Pratt, or not even in blackface. They'll be like, no, Blade is now white. Hear me out. Hear me out. Robert Downey Jr. Communism. Thank you for the 7 months. This is the Deadpool scene with Wesley Snipes where they say there's only going to be one Blade, and Deadpool looks...
See them big hands come close, ain't not a one of them up inside out.
What Gambit's trying to say is get...
I'm sorry, what?
Them big hands come close, ain't not a one of them up inside out.
What Gambit's trying to say...
Are we supposed to...
Them big hands come close, ain't not a one of them up inside out.
What Gambit's trying to say is getting Juggernaut's helmet ain't gonna be easy. I'm just making stuff up at this. Yeah,
Is that the whole thing, or you just don't understand anything? No, I have not seen this.
the Blade.
Mississippi to Philly, Albuquerque to Chattanooga.
Where do you get that little beauty?
Punishers, 18-4.
Which Punisher? There's been like 5 of them. There's only been one Blade. There's only ever gonna be one Blade.
Wait, when did this come out? This came out couple years ago. And Deadpool does his classic breaking the fourth wall, looking at the camera after he says, Wesley Snipes says there's only going to be one Blade. That was supposed to be a joke because they had announced Blade already. But I guess you can read into it. I guess now we can read into it and be like, what did they know? What did they know? When I saw this, I knew they weren't making a movie. Post Thanos, Marvel movies haven't performed as expected. R-rated movies are an even harder sell for Disney because they can't sell the merch in the parks. Deadpool is looking as the anomaly hanging on Ryan Reynolds. Aren't they done with Deadpool, though? Are they done with kind of? No, I guess there's more. Okay. It's absurd. It's absurd. You could not do one Blade movie in the last 7 years. Not one. Are you crazy? That movie made $1.2 billion. Yeah, but haven't there been like 5 of them? They also never touched Moon Knight again after season 1 came out, after Oscar Isaac did an amazing job with the character. In fact, I think it's funny that they literally made a Blade become Moon Knight in animation before they'd ever consider making Blade or more of Moon Knight in live action. Yeah, look, if it was just about money, then you go, okay, but but it's not always just about money. It's not just about like metrics of success that you can measure and then decide if you're going to do another season or do another film or tie it into the bigger universe. All right. Okay. Let's talk about, let's see what I got here. Oh, I was going to watch this video since we had talked about this the last couple days.
The biggest threat to women's sport is not trans women. It's actually men thinking that it's...
Sophie Cunningham is like, with peace and love, everyone is welcome at my table. There's a safe space for all, but that is the biggest threat to women's sports.
Trans women. Because can you name 5 WNBL players? Have you been to a WNBL game? Have you bought a WNBL membership? Do you go watch local women's sporting clubs? Like, that is the biggest area that we need to grow. Like, trans women have a space in women's sports, 100%. Women, for the longest time, have had to fight to be seen. And so we know what it's like to not be welcome in a space. So I think that women's basketball does a great job with it. The biggest threat to women's sport is not trans women. It's actually men thinking that it's trans women. Because can you name 5 WNBL players? Have you been?
Exactly. She's like, people, what are we talking about? The threat to the biggest threat to women's sports is the lack of funding, lack of infrastructure and resources, and also abuse that happens within women's sports that historically is committed by cis men who are trainers, who are physical trainers and like other medical professionals, coaches, etc. Yeah, it's like name a woman who's not Caitlin Clark. The biggest threat to women's sports is misogyny. Yes, is structural misogyny. Okay, so the big story that I wanted to get into this evening is about Ohio Republican Representative Max Miller, who is a real piece of shit. And I don't know if y'all have seen what's been happening here, but Max Miller, he's a current sitting congressman. He is in a deeply red area, so his seat is very safe. He and his ex-wife they've been going through a custody battle, as well as she has alleged abuse against him. And if you remember from a couple of years ago, his another ex-partner of his had also said that she was abused by him. I'm trying to remember her name. Stephanie Grisham. Yes, Stephanie Grisham, who's a former Trump White House press secretary. She dated Max Miller, and she detailed the abuse that she experienced in an op-ed and in her memoir. It is a horrible situation. What is, that, and now what is happening. And of course, none of the Republicans are calling out his behavior, calling for him to step down. And in fact, here's freaking Mike Johnson being asked about it.
2 members of the conference Max Miller and Fort Mills face domestic violence allegations. Why would you Republicans keep them in the conference, whereas Democrats are dropping somebody accused of criminally accused of sexual harassment?
Well, the key word there is allegation. We have a process here. The House Ethics Committee works on those things. If allegations are made, they work through a process. So I'm not in the business of commenting on investigations as they're in process, and we'll see how that shakes out. That's how this always works. And by the way, it's done for R's and D's on both sides of the aisle. Yes, ma'am.
Really, because that's not how y'all treat Democrats who are credibly accused as, and I'm not saying that the way that Republicans and Democrats call on accused Democrats to step down is wrong. I'm pointing out the hypocrisy here. Oh, yeah. The way that we do it is these are allegations. So due process. Gotta wait. Gotta see.
After a restraining order was filed Thursday by Ohio Republican Congressman Max Miller under growing scrutiny after a restraining order was filed Thursday by his ex-wife, Emily Moreno, the daughter of GOP Senator Bernie Moreno.
What's disgusting is Bernie Moreno, who is his former father-in-law, he is not even saying anything. He is staying silent.
The filing alleges Miller physically grabbed one of Moreno's attorneys at a court hearing this week. It marks the latest turn in a bitter custody battle after the couple divorced last year. In court filings, Moreno accused Miller of throwing hot water on her, holding a gun to her head, and physically abusing her in front of their 2-year-old daughter. According to a police report, their daughter suffered a broken collarbone in February. Child Protective Services noted that while the injury is common in children, she had a bruise that appears to be a handprint and appears to have been inflicted. No charges were filed. Miller has denied hurting the child and his ex-wife. He sued Moreno for defamation, and a spokesperson told CBS News he will continue to vigorously.
That sounds like a classic move from the abuser's playbook.
Defend his reputation against false and reckless allegations.
The key word there is allegation. We have a process here, the House Ethics Committee.
Earlier this month, Speaker Mike Johnson declined to comment on the specifics of the case.
Yeah, you know what is an additional move out of the Darvo abuser's playbook that Johnny Depp and his team used very thoroughly is to not only deny, but also reverse victim offender. And so what happened was Max Miller then tried to file a petition and say that actually he feared for his safety, that his ex-wife was dangerous and abusive. But a judge found no evidence of that. So this week tossed out his domestic violence case against his ex-wife because they said, no, you have not been harmed and you have not been made to fear your safety. There is no evidence, none pointing to that. Another classic move out of the abuser playbook.
But members of the Democratic Women's Caucus are now demanding an ethics investigation, calling the accusations deeply disturbing, and Congress can't ignore them.
Miller has been accused of intimate partner violence by women dating all the way back to when he was in high school. It's the way Republicans have been responding to this, kind of an open secret that Miller has these allegations hanging over his head.
Miller has been an ally of President Trump and worked in his first administration. He's up for re-election, and some polls indicate that the race could be more competitive this fall in light of these allegations.
Okay, so just to give a little, let me pull up the Democracy Now!
A child protection.
Okay, just to give a quick overview. So his ex-wife has alleged that he abused her, and there was a concerning injury to their 2-year-old daughter. I almost said daughter. Their 2-year-old daughter, which according to court documents, their daughter had allegedly said, quote, "Daddy, kill you." So he has denied all of this. His ex, Stephanie Grisham, alleged and detailed the abuse that she experienced when she dated him. His ex-wife's attorney has said that he was physically assaulted by Max Miller and that the entire legal team has been verbally harassed. And so in response to this, he has tried to file a defamation lawsuit against his ex, Moreno. He tried to file a defamation lawsuit against Stephanie Grisham. He has claimed that he actually was the victim here of his ex-wife, and he tried to file a separate domestic violence petition. But this has all been dismissed.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Democrats are calling for an ethics investigation into Republican Congressmember Max Miller of Ohio, who's facing allegations of domestic abuse as he runs for re-election. Miller's ex-wife, Emily Moreno, who is the daughter of Ohio's sitting Republican Senator Bernie Moreno, claims Miller burned her chest and stomach by throwing hot water at her, held a gun to her head, and claims he fractured their 2-year-old daughter's collarbone. A child protection specialist reviewing their daughter's February injury found bruising resembling a handprint, and an investigative report says Moreno recounted her child saying, "Daddy's house is scary," unquote. A court document quotes the daughter telling her mother, "Daddy, kill you." Mother Jones obtained some 2,000...
Their daughter is 2. A baby.
Pages of court filings and police reports pertaining to Miller through public records requests. Those records also include allegations dating back to high school. Politico had earlier reported Miller pushed a girl down a flight of stairs after he became enraged that she rejected his advances. 3 people who were present corroborated the claim. Congressmember Miller is also facing a defamation lawsuit from former Trump White House press secretary Stephanie.
Another fucking example of how Republicans do not care about protecting children. Republicans do not care about women's safety. Republicans do not care about protecting children. And this perfectly exemplifies that. Perfectly exemplifies that. As they are out here going, oh, we need to ban trans people from sports and bathrooms and public life, take their rights away because we need to protect women and girls. We need to look out for their safety. We need to get rid of these violent criminal immigrants in this country because of women's safety. They don't give a fuck about women's safety. They don't give a fuck about children. His legal team didn't even deny the high school incident. They just said things that happened before their relationship were relevant for this case. Yeah. His ex's lawyer has just now asked a judge to issue a restraining order against the congressman, a restraining order to protect the lawyer because of how violent this man is. The lawyer is now applying for a restraining order.
Grisham, who alleges Miller abused her during their relationship before he married Emily Moreno. In 2021, Grisham wrote a Washington Post essay headlined, "I told the Trumps my relationship with a White House staffer had turned abusive. They didn't seem to care," unquote. Miller reportedly pushed Grisham against a wall, slapped her in the face after she confronted him about alleged cheating. President Trump later endorsed Miller, despite Grisham having raised her concerns with him directly. For more, which
also one of Miller's biggest donors, AIPAC.
Joined in Washington, D.C. by Abby Vasulis, a national politics reporter at Mother Jones. Her recent article headlined, "Assault, Misogyny, Verbal Threats, Records Detail New Allegations Against Rep. Max Miller." And her latest piece is titled Democrats Call for Ethics Investigation into Congressman Max Miller. Abby Vasilis, welcome to Democracy Now! Just lay out all that's known at this point about a sitting Congress member, Max Miller, who's also the ex-son-in-law of the sitting Ohio Senator, Bernie Moreno.
And let me clarify. Let me be very clear. Abusers are not specific to one political affiliation, one political party, one political ideology. We live under a culture of abuse. We live under a violent, patriarchal, capitalist system that enables abusers, especially ones in power, like Max Miller, to continue to harm. The reason I point out AIPAC is, of course, because right now you have AIPAC-backed candidates. You have AIPAC-paid ads that are trying to smear people like Abdul El-Sayed as dangerous, as misogynistic, as a threat to women, especially this white woman over here, Haley Stevens, who's truly the representative of Michigan, because how could someone named Abdul El-Sayed be a Michigander? The insinuation that Haley and her supporters are making is it's quite obvious. And these are the types of people that AIPAC backs, because AIPAC is a violent organization. AIPAC is the pro-Israel lobby. Israel is a violent state. All affiliations and organizations and individuals who are in support of Israel are in support of a violent entity. So somebody like Max Miller and his father-in-law, who is former father-in-law, who is the father of his ex-wife, and fucking Moreno has said nothing about his former son-in-law. Both of them, their biggest donor is AIPAC.
Right. So Congressman Max Miller was married to Emily Moreno until 2024 when they got a divorce. And filing through their divorce paperwork and their child custody paperwork, Emily Moreno accused Congressman Miller of multiple things.
And all abuse is wrong. But what happens is Democrats will look at Republicans closing ranks around one of their own, right? The pedophile party with their pedophile rapist in chief. And they will look at this hypocrisy. They will look at these double standards and go, see, this is why we have to stop eating our own. This is why with the Eric Swalwells and the Graham Plattners, we need to stop doing what we do and call on accountability, because look at the Republicans. It's like, no, that is not actually the move. That is not the mentality.
That you mentioned, shoving her against a wall, throwing hot water at her chest, holding a gun to her head. And also their 2-year-old child broke their collarbone, and that was investigated by DCFS. And while that investigation was ultimately unsubstantiated, meaning they couldn't prove abuse or neglect took place, Emily Moreno, in her interviews with police, said that she couldn't rule out that Congressman Miller broke their daughter's collarbone because he had done these things to her.
Oh, my God.
And Abby, you also know that the filings also include evidence that Miller implicitly threatened his ex-father-in-law, the Senator Moreno. Could you talk about that as well?
Oh, my God. The other thing, too, is that somebody like Emily Moreno was raised in a very patriarchal culture between her father, the political party and ideology she is affiliated with, and the man that she married and had a child with. That is absolutely an environment of violent misogyny. And the fact that she is making these claims about her ex-husband and saying in regards to their child, I can't rule out that I can't rule out that he harmed her because this is what he did to me. She was conditioned to take abuse from men. Like, that is the environment she was raised in, and having a father who has been in political power and has used his office to strip rights from women and to harm children in this country. Like, that is what was very normalized. And I mean, more so than even what is the normalizing that happens in our broader culture, right? The norms that we are all subjected to. When you are raised in an environment like this, it is even more heavily entrenched, more deeply ingrained.
Yeah, of course. So in the legal filings over their custody disagreement, Emily Moreno filed for a civil protection order. And citing text messages from Congressman Miller, she included a screenshot in the filings of Congressman Miller saying something like, "You better keep your lying daughter under control, or everybody's going to find out more about you than your wife does." So to me, that seemed like an implicit threat that if Senator Moreno could not rein his daughter in, that Congressman Miller was going to leak information about Senator Moreno. And, you know, I tried reaching out to Senator Moreno's office. They did not want to provide comment. Congressman Miller, through spokespeople, repeatedly
he is absolutely blackmailing him. Absolutely.
Declined requests for comment and declined answering very detailed questions. But reading the text message about "you better keep your lying daughter under control" seemed like an implicit threat to me.
Abby Vasulis, yesterday.
This is an interesting body cam of an advisor to Moreno.
What can I do for you, sir? Say again?
This is harassment?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. This officer has plenty enough reasonable
suspension. That's fine.
Okay?
That's fine. Then stop dealing with her. We're going to deal with our attorney.
That's fine.
That's fine.
But we have all legal rights. If we have stop. Mr. Henson,
you're on my property.
I get that. Yeah. I'm here for a legal reason.
Okay.
I have all rights to be here.
That's fucking great.
And you called me over. Okay?
I'm sorry?
You called me over to you to talk to you.
Yeah, exactly.
So you invited me on your property.
Okay. How about this?
Okay.
How about this?
Now,
you cannot harass this young woman.
How about this? If you continue to obstruct in this, you'll go to jail for obstruction.
That's fine.
And, I mean, I don't want to do that. So the best thing for you to do, sir, go up here and sit down.
The best thing for me to do is to call my attorney, which she has asked for, which makes all of this.
Makes all this what?
Unlawful.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not. Okay, sir, you think you know
You're
it?
on my property, man.
You invited me here, so
I'm asking you to calm down.
I'm not pissed off, bud. I'm sitting here talking to you.
Yeah.
All right.
I understand my rights more than this. So
that's good, as you should.
You know, I just have to say too, every time I see a video like this, it's like, if this were a black man, no fucking way, no way is this police officer engaging with him like this, where he's like, "Hey, okay, all right, let's just calm down, buddy. All right, hey, okay."
Everybody should. Okay.
Yes, they should.
But you don't understand our end of the law either. Okay. So just be advised, Colton, go up and sit down.
No.
Stay out of this.
No.
You don't want to go to jail tonight.
I'm on my property.
Seriously. But if you continue to talk and talk over
on my property.
Yes,
that's
it is still considered obstruction.
Good.
So what I'm advising you is go sit down,
We'll
let
go
him do
sheriff's
his
office.
job,
We'll go see Sheriff
and then we'll
Fifi.
get this over
We'll see
with.
all this.
You're working yourself in the cuffs, bud.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's called obstruction, man.
Oh, great. I'm on my own property.
But you're still obstructing.
You're interfering. Okay. Listen, we're rated B&B 2255. Stop talking.
I understand completely.
Colin, if you interfere one more time, you're placed under arrest. Do you understand? Do not interfere us. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Please go up there.
Sure. Right.
Yeah. So basically, he this is a former Bernie Moreno advisor, and because of the body cam footage here, he was then pressured to resign from Moreno's campaign because of his disrespectful conduct to law enforcement. That was the reason. They're like, buddy, we can't have you on camera disrespecting law enforcement like that. Okay. Yeah, so the police can show restraint. Oh, yeah. No, this is an example of how police can show restraint as long as the person who they are confronting is a white guy like Colton Henson.
Emily Moreno filed a new restraining order against Congressmember Max Miller,
I went to school with this
ex-husband.
asshole.
If
Yeah,
you can
this
talk
seems like
about
the
this and then
worst.
talk about what we know about Stephanie Grisham, who said he violently attacked her.
Right. So throughout my reporting, it was clear that the allegations weren't just coming from Emily Moreno. There is an established pattern of multiple women claiming that they were abused by Congressman Max Miller. You have Stephanie Grisham, who dated Miller when they were both working under the first Trump administration. When she published a book excerpt about her memoir about working in the Trump administration, she mentioned that she had been in a relationship with somebody that pushed her against a wall, slapped her. She published a book excerpt in the Washington Post. This is back in, I want to say 2022. And Max Miller sued her for defamation. Now, the two of them came to a private settlement agreement, and Congressman Miller withdrew his lawsuit against her. Now, while the settlement agreement was private, it seems that their agreement was that neither could disparage the other in public. But now, Congressman Miller, in trying to protect his reputation as he faces these claims of domestic violence from Emily Moreno, is bringing back up things about Stephanie. And he published a recording of Emily Moreno in which she says that, I'm sorry Stephanie did to you what she did to you. Max Miller said on social media that he thinks that is proof that he did not hurt Stephanie Grisham. Now, Stephanie says that, number one...
You mean the person who was his wife and mother of his child and also being abused by him is on camera saying, oh, I'm sorry that that Stephanie did this, after, of course, his version of the events was that she's a liar, and I'm sure a string of other words that are quite nasty and defamatory.
That's not proof that he didn't hurt her. It's just saying that Emily is sorry that what happened happened. But moreover, by posting that audio and making that kind of conclusion in public, that Congressman Miller is violating the terms of their private settlement agreement. So now she is suing Congressman Miller about dragging her back into the public sphere over this issue that was supposed to be settled.
And meanwhile, as all of this information comes out, what's been the reaction of Republicans in Congress to these very serious allegations? And will any investigations happen?
So Democrats, including the Democratic Women's Caucus, have called for a House ethics investigation. Importantly, we haven't heard anything from Republicans, including Senator Bernie Moreno, whose daughter is at the center of all of this. He's told other outlets that this is a private matter, that he won't litigate things in the media, but of course he wants to protect his daughter and granddaughter, the granddaughter who suffered.
Also, Max Miller's general election is coming up on November 3rd. So he won his primary, and in November, he is going to potentially be elected back into office. And Republicans aren't doing shit.
A broken collarbone. So we haven't heard anything from Republicans. I also reached out to the House Ethics Committee. It's a bipartisan committee. I reached out to their bipartisan staff director.
So this is from Keith Edwards posted this. Holy shit, Senator Bernie Moreno won't denounce his son-in-law, Congressman Max Miller, who allegedly abused the senator's daughter and grandchild because he's secretly gay. He was caught having a profile on a male-for-male website. The AP reported Thursday that someone with access to a work email account for Ohio Republican Senate candidate Bernie Moreno created a profile in late 2008 on an adult website seeking casual sexual encounters with men. Data obtained by the AP shows that the account was authenticated by someone with access to Moreno's work email address roughly 2 minutes after it was created. Looking for young guys to have fun with, the AP used the unique account number obtained from the leaked data to retrieve additional information for the online profile from a publicly accessible data portal called an API on Adult Friend Finder's website. It showed that the account was created in late 2008 and used for roughly 6 hours. Beyond the work email, geolocation data indicates that the account was set up for use in a part of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, where property records show Moreno's parents owned a home at the time. The account's username, Nardo19672, appears to be a reference to Moreno's full first name, Bernardo, as well as the year and month of his birth in February 1967. And the profile itself, which remains viewable online, lists Moreno's correct birth date. Metadata obtained from Adult Friend Finder indicates the profile creator was interested in meeting men for one-on-one sex, stated that they would prefer not to say what the marital status was, and declined to reveal their sexual orientation. Hi, looking for young guys to have fun with while traveling, reads a caption on the Photoless profile. So this may be what Max Miller has allegedly, according to the text messages where he texted Bernie Moreno and was like, if you don't silence your lying daughter, then I'm going to leak what I know about you. It could be that. It could be something else. It could be a combination of things. Imagine not standing up for your daughter because you want to save your own secret. Yeah, exactly. And imagine the secret is that you're gay or you're not, or bisexual or whatever. You're not the heterosexual that you have presented yourself as in Republican politics. Who cares? I don't care. I don't care what it is. As a parent, even if it's like, oh, I murdered somebody and this person knows and they're blackmailing me, it doesn't matter. First of all, you own that, okay? Own it. Your daughter has been violently abused, possibly your grandchild as well. Your family has been abused by this monster, and you're not going to do anything about it. And it's not just a man. It is a man who is in political office. It is a politician. It is somebody who is facing re-election in November. He is in power. That is your former son-in-law who serves with you in Congress in the same fucking party. And you are going to stand by silently and allow that monster who harmed your family because of whatever possible secrets you don't want the public knowing, because this motherfucker is blackmailing you? My God. Ohio in here, Bernie Moreno is 100% closeted. And it's like, dude, you belong to a political party that is why you have made this decision to keep your secret, a secret which is that what, you're gay? Who the fuck cares? Who cares? You know who cares? The political party that you have tied yourself to. But even with that, it's fucking 2026, okay? It's 2026. There are gay Republicans. There are gays everywhere. It's 2026. This is not 1955. It's 2026. So what? So what? There, people will know you're gay. Who cares? Hate to say it, because that guy's a piece of shit, gay or straight. Hate to say it. You're going to stay in office because you're a Republican, because you're in a Republican district, and because you do the things that you do as a Republican. So you like being unmasked as a gay man. Well, you're a Republican and you're in a Republican area. So as long as you keep your interests happy, right? Keep AIPAC happy. We'll keep giving you money. We'll keep making sure that you stay in power. You can be gay and a bigoted Republican. Yup. Oh, what a fucking loser. What a loser to be standing by silently as that piece of shit Max Miller has violently abused your family and has been blackmailing you, and you're just gonna roll over?
Director who decided not to comment. So we don't know the status of whether an investigation is actually starting. We just know that Democrats have begun calling for one.
And finally, the record, if in 1 minute, if you can talk about from the allegation of pushing a girl down the stairs in high school.
You know what? Part of me wonders, too, if it's not even about being exposed as gay, but because if he goes after Max Miller, he'll piss off the Republican Party. He'll piss off his interests. I wonder if it's that. I wonder if it's like, no. I can't stand up against this abuser. I can't call on him to be removed from power, to step down, because that will harm Republican interests. That maybe it's not even the overhead threat of, oh, he's going to release the fact that I'm closeted. No, maybe it's because he would be then a traitor to MAGA. Can't have that. Can't be the person who's potentially harming Republican power.
And then one interaction with law enforcement after another.
Trump was the one who pushed for Miller to run for that seat, too. Probably a mix of both.
Other also property violence, sort of uncontrollable violence.
Yeah, so like I said, this is a pattern of allegations. There was an event in high school, an alleged event in high school, in which Congressman Miller pushed a woman down the stairs. That was reported on by Politico in 2021, and three people told Politico that they were there, and they can confirm that happened. I reached out to that woman, and while she understandably did not want to talk to the media about what she went through all those years ago, she told me that it remains one of the most traumatizing nights of her life. That incident was mentioned in the court filings that I was flipping through, as was another incident that Emily Moreno alleged that Congressman Miller had another violent incident involving a woman in college. And again, I asked Congressman Miller about this, and he declined to answer my questions. In court documents, he objected to the question rather than affirming it happened or denying it happened. But this is also just another one of the
he wants to be safe in the inner circle and will not risk that for anyone, even his family. Yeah. That is so... You know, this is something I talk about all the time in an appeal to conservative women. You are in a cage, and these men around you, they do not care about the violence that you experience. In fact, they are often the ones who are directing that violence towards you. They are harming you. You are in a cage. It does not matter if you align yourselves with these Republican male interests. As soon as you step out of line, as soon as you no longer serve your purpose, they will throw you in the trash. They hate you. They do not see you as human beings. They do not see you as human beings. Look at this example here. A father of a woman who was violently abused and is currently having to deal with her monstrous ex-husband because of custody over their daughter, who it seems was also abused by that same man. And the father and grandfather here, Bernie Moreno, ain't saying shit because he doesn't care about abuse against women and children, even when they're his own family, because he cares more about power. He cares more about staying in office. They see the violence against their women as property damage. Moreno is key in destroying left-wing governments in Latin America. He's a liaison between the Trumpito government and right-wing Latin leaders. He needs to be in the circle more than ever. Yes, he's closely tied to Trump, as is Max Miller.
Allegations he faces, he had multiple encounters with law enforcement when he was in his early 20s and late teen years, punching his hand through a glass window. He cut his wrist so bad he required surgery. There was another incident in which a police report says he punched a guy in the back of the head and then ran from police. Most of those incidents he pleaded them down thanks to first-time offender programs, but those remain on his.
Yeah, let's run that back a sec.
Required surgery. There was says he had multiple encounters with law enforcement when he was in his early 20s and late teen years, punching his hand through a glass window. He cut his wrist so bad he required surgery. There was another incident in which a police report says he punched a guy in the back of the head and then ran from police. Most of those incidents he pleaded them down thanks to first-time offender programs, but those remain on his record as there were police encounters.
We want to thank you.
This guy is a ball of violence. Exactly. He has a history of violence. He's a violently abusive man.
Thank you for being with us, Abby Vasulis. We're going to link to your articles in Mother Jones, including assault, misogyny, verbal threats. Records detail new allegations against Rep. Max Miller, and Democrats call for ethics investigation into Congressman Max.
I mean, look, y'all. It goes back to what I talk about all the time. The Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case. Darvo, front and center. The abuser playbook that was further entrenched and has been subsequently used by many abusers across politics, across entertainment, in just the broader culture. And Johnny Depp, in addition to Ellen Barkin, former girlfriends of his, having said that he was abusive, in addition to the testimony of Amber Heard and all of the evidence supporting it, which is why he lost his defamation suit in the UK, Johnny Depp also had multiple instances of having of assaulted men. Like, people forget about that. He had a whole history long before he ever married Amber Heard. He is a violent man. And it's crazy that people are like, oh, oh, well, help male abuse victims. It's like, yeah, male abuse victims. Johnny Depp had male abuse victims. There were multiple instances. A security guard, a paparazzi, somebody who worked on, I can't remember what set it was.
Miller. Again, this is the investigation they're calling for into the sitting Ohio Congressmember Max Miller, the ex-son-in-law of the sitting Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications.
Yeah, and then him turning around and trying to file a domestic violence petition against his ex-wife and say, no, actually, she's the abuser. No, I'm in fear of my safety. My child and I are not safe because of her. No, she's the problem. For some reason, a lot of people see violence towards women and men as completely separate acts. Right. Rather than the culmination of it, painting a picture of a violent abuser with a history of violence.
Behavior against multiple women, including
True, men who are violent and abusive with women are often that way with other men and pets and, well, anyone they feel entitled to harming. Yeah, like that guy who was screaming the F slur in Will's face and was being so aggressive towards him. And had he not recognized that Will would have beat the ever-loving fuck out of him, probably would have tried to aggress him physically. You think that guy treats women well? You think that guy is a feminist who cares about treating women as human beings? A guy who would see Will, think he was go, oh, that's a gay guy who now I'm going to bully and scream slurs at. Did I miss the story? Yes. I think it was yesterday when I told the story. Or 2 days ago. Yeah. This guy saw Will's painted nails. And just the bigot started bigoting. At the gym. Yeah. At Equinox, of all places. In Los Angeles. In 2026. Jason Derulo was on the other court playing basketball. If a man feels the need to punch pillows in the sofa, slam glasses, or just be physical on dead things will also eventually feel a need. It is one of the first signs of physical abuse. And other previous girlfriends of Johnny Depp, like Winona Ryder, said, no, he did not physically abuse me, but he would get so mad that he would punch walls, he would throw things, he would break glass.
in a Republican House caucus that has a lot of powerful, scandal-ridden figures. The member of
the
possibly
Depp, thank
the
you for the bribe.
most
Sig Fen,
serious
thank you for the 12
allegations
months.
swirling around him is also one of the least known. The pressure is now building on Ohio Congressman Max Miller. This month, Mother Jones Magazine obtained 2,000 pages of court filings and police reports related to Miller. Records detailing allegations of drug use by Miller, misogyny and verbal abuse, and violent behavior against multiple women.
Doesn't Chad the Builder have DV allegations in the ICE agent who killed that innocent man in Portland, Maine? Yes.
Including his ex-wife.
The ICE agent who killed, who killed the man in Maine, his ex came forward actually before I play this, because I had meant to cover that. I think I might have missed covering that on a stream. Let me see if I still have the Hold on.
Tell you, David back in November brought up that he had accepted a job with ICE. I thought that it was just a delusional thing because I'm used to him talking crazy, so to speak. So I said, yeah, sure you are, buddy. You know, I didn't realize that he was actually working for ICE until yesterday, and I was completely shocked because I'm like, how do you...
Also, he has two ex-wives, Ashley Brulliette and Lucinda Brulliette, two ex-wives who said he had a history of domestic violence and violent behavior.
You keep getting into these jobs where you're around guns all the time. And so... I asked him what was going on. He told me that I don't need to be answering questions for anybody, that all I needed to know was that it was a justified shooting and that he did do it. And he claimed that this man had tried to run him over. And I said, I don't see that in anything, and I've watched it from all angles. All I seen is how the car was going in circle after the fact. And then he's like, well, I need you to lie about my character because this is how, like, this is what it comes down to is like...
Yeah, I mean, law enforcement exists within a very racist and sexist and violent culture. There is a serious problem, which, yeah, like, hello. Is that surprising that you have violent individuals who are drawn to positions of power, like being a cop or an ICE agent? Violent individuals who have a history of domestic abuse?
My character. I don't want you talking about any of the abuse in our relationship. Like, this is literally about me, Ashley. To anybody. I told him that I was not going to lie for him, that I've waited years to speak my truth. I've been silenced long enough, and now I need to come out with everything because a man lost his life now.
Yeah. Honestly, fork found in kitchen.
So it was abuse, not only to me, but to our daughter. And even being divorced from him, I've dealt with harassing phone calls, threats of him wanting to kill me. The latest one was... I believe that this man was murdered. I believe that David's mental health played a part in what happened. I think what happened was he was standing there during that operation, had a PTSD moment and hit fight or flight mode. And unfortunately, a man lost his life due to it. And that happened.
This... Yeah. So
David back in November brought up that he had accepted a job with ICE. I thought that it was just a delusional thing because I'm used to him talking.
Behavior against...
It, you know what it is? It is a way to enact your violent fantasies and behaviors, but with the protection of the badge, with the protection of the institution. By signing up to be an ICE agent, by signing up to be a police officer. She's known him since they were kids, and apparently he had a bunch of problems that would make it very dangerous for him to have weapons. Yeah. And then ended up in a position where he has weapons and is being federally protected, has immunity, not actual immunity, but immunity because of Donald Trump and the powers in this country to violently act out on people people in the streets, in their cars, in their communities.
Multiple women, including his ex-wife, Emily Moreno. She's the daughter of Ohio Republican Senator Bernie Moreno. Last February, the documents show, Moreno took her and Miller's 2-year-old daughter to the ER with a broken collarbone.
Yeah, she is the one who revealed who the ICE agent was that committed that murder because he called her. She knew it was him because he called her, and so she's the one who revealed that it was him.
According to Mother Jones, police records show that Moreno told detectives that Miller had previously thrown hot water at her, shoved her, and held a gun to her head. Therefore, she couldn't rule out that Miller caused their daughter's fracture. A child protection specialist reviewing the case said the bruising around the fracture resembled a handprint. Moreno never filed a police report. Miller said the bruises might have come from a seatbelt. The investigation found insufficient evidence of a crime. But Moreno did tell detectives something she said her daughter told her, quote, "Daddy's house is scary." A spokesman for Miller referred Mother Jones to previous statements denying Miller has ever committed violence against women. Moreno's lawyer declined Mother Jones' request for comment. Now, Miller has represented Ohio's heavily Republican 7th District since 2023, after first holding several jobs in Donald Trump's first administration. Trump called him a great guy, supported his campaign for Congress. But multiple sources at the time told Politico that Miller's prior romantic relationship with former Trump president...
Wait, I just have to say, forgot to mention this. You know who clocked this abuser? George Santos. George Santos. That's right. George fucking Santos.
Crook, I know I should direct my comments to the chair. I yield back.
My colleague wants to come up here, call me a crook. Same colleague who's accused of being a woman beater. Are we really going to ignore the facts that we all have passed and we all have the media coming out against us on a daily basis? I can go and read about all my colleagues. I'm not going to stand here to smear them. I'm not going to stand here and use the time I have to say ill things about my colleagues. I refuse to stoop to that level.
After he just rightfully called him a woman beater, he's like, I'm not going to stoop to that level. But didn't you beat Stephanie Grisham? Ugh, it's all corrupt, girl. George Santos in his defense of when he was being when he was having to face the many schemes and grifts that he had participated in, was like, well, hold on a second. Well, wait a minute. Are we really throwing stones here? He really said, I'm a scammer, but expel his ass too. If you're going to get rid of me, well, then let's clear out all the trash. It's like, yeah. If you're going to come after me, well, take a look in the mirror.
Secretary Stephanie Grisham, remember her? Ended when he pushed her against a wall and slapped her in the face in his Washington apartment. Miller denies those allegations.
George was messy.
But in a column for the Washington Post, Grisham wrote that she had told Donald and Melania Trump she was abused by a fellow White House staffer and they didn't act on the information. To the contrary, she wrote in this column, knowing what he knows, Trump has endorsed my ex's bid for Congress. Now, as Miller runs for re-election, Republican lawmakers remain largely silent about these shocking allegations of violence. Nikki McCann Ramirez is a politics reporter at Rolling Stone, who took a look at this week at how Republicans are sidestepping questions about Miller's alleged conduct, and she joined me now. I got to say, I want to be very careful about what is and isn't established here. What are allegations? Again, he denies ever being violent towards women. But just to start on the last thing I said with Stephanie Grisham part, where, just to start with, you have essentially, she doesn't say his name, but she points the arrows at him. You have a former staffer who is on the record saying that she was abused and that she told Donald and Melania Trump about it and they did nothing and instead endorsed it.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, and I think it's important to point out that even though these are allegations, Max Miller kind of identified himself as the person Grisham was talking about in that memoir by countersuing. And later, now in the current dispute he's in with his ex-wife, once again, bringing up the claims made by Grisham and alleging that he had evidence.
That is the exact same thing that happened with Depp and Heard. When Heard wrote an op-ed, she did not name Depp, and then he turned around and sued her for defamation. And so that is what happened here. Grisham did not name Miller, wrote about a relationship that had turned abusive of a former partner who had been physical with her. She did not identify Miller in the article. Miller subsequently sued Grisham for defamation.
That it had been made up. But I really want to stress, and I encourage everyone to read the Mother Jones piece, which is incredibly in-depth. These are not just allegations dating back to Grisham. The piece establishes a pattern of accusations dating back to when Miller was in high school. This is a very established figure and a very established problem that this member of Congress has had, not just in the last couple months, but over the last few years, as these allegations resurface and regain traction in the context of this race.
I need a Wendy Williams-style pop culture and political talk show starring you. We'll see. Maybe
there's
one
now
day.
A clip circulating of fellow disgraced Congressman George Santos telling him on the floor of the House, "You're a wife beater." So again, allegedly, but in that instance, it was a bit of, the fraudster calling the kettle an abuser. But it seems like Republicans throughout the caucus have known for years that these allegations are out there and have kind of chosen to ignore them. Because as of now, there is no active ethics committee investigation. There is no real response from leadership about why this person has been allowed to remain a voting member of the caucus when other members have been removed for similar allegations.
I also just want to emphasize the other allegations coming from his ex-wife. I mean, first of all, this is not that it should matter either way, but this is the wife of a sitting Republican senator in the same state of Ohio, right? It's a fairly connected person. And the context of those police reports, this is not her talking to a reporter. It's not her making public. This is a private conversation she is having with the police when she is in the context of bringing her daughter with a broken collarbone to the hospital, in which she says that he pointed a gun at her head, threw her into a wall, and threw hot water on her. I mean, that, again, it doesn't mean it's true. These are allegations. But this is in a context in which this is not a person who is, attempting to destroy the reputation or publicly coming out with this. This is in the sort of most private, urgent possible context.
Absolutely. And especially when there's a child in the mix that is at risk. And I think the response House Majority Leader Mike Johnson gave last week was incredibly instructive, because we've seen Johnson in the past sort of deflect a question.
You might be misguided on the Depp Amber trial. If you actually watch the trial in full, here we fucking go. Here we go. If you actually watched the trial, you would know that you were completely misled. Here we go. Yes, tell me how I'm misled. Yeah, you who watched the trial, listen to all the evidence, not just the sound bites on the internet, not just the many, many, many influencers and people online who talked about that trial in memes. Yeah. People who watched the trial on TikTok. Let me ask you a question, Moods Dude. Are you aware of the UK trial? You aware of that one? Yes, please enlighten us. I have heard every fucking talking point. Please enlighten us.
Questions about allegations related to members of his caucus by simply saying, "Oh, I haven't heard of that." As we were just discussing, this is something that is very well known within the Republican House caucus. Johnson essentially dismissed these reports by saying, "Oh, well, they're allegations." We've seen over the course of the last year, 2 members of the Republican House caucus be removed not via criminal convictions, but allegations of misconduct. Most recently, Tony Gonzalez, and then, of course, Matt Gaetz, a very infamous case.
Yep.
I think the thing here that we need to remember is that members of Congress are not entitled to their seats. The conduct you display in your home, allegedly to your ex-wife, to your children, that is not separate from your ability to serve in Congress. If you are allegedly committing abuse at home, especially within a party that claims to value the safety of women, children, and girls, and this is a story that is hanging over your head, it's not only that you're accountable to the voters that are going to cast their ballots in November in the midterms, you are accountable to the fellow members of your Congress, to your family, to the people who you have misled through your character.
I want to note, obviously, I misspoke before. It's his daughter, Emily Moreno's daughter, not wife. I think I misspoke briefly.
Look at the,
I want to just play what
piece.
Mike Johnson said, because you've been reporting about the sort of sidestepping here, which I think is pretty disingenuous. Johnson was confronted with this after the sort of Plattner story, and there's been some really upsetting abuse allegations at Corey Mills, who you're going to hear about here in this clip. Just to set it up, he's a Republican in Florida. He denies those allegations. He's also faced them. But take a listen to how Johnson tries to get out of it here.
These past 2 weeks, Democrats ditched Graham Platter from their ballot after sexual assault allegations. 2 members.
We need to do a full stream going through all the cases, UK and UK details by details. Seems very necessary. The problem is that there are always going to be individuals every single time. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I go through, because yes, as Sky says, the people who need to hear won't listen. They will not listen. And there are always going to be individuals who pop up in this chat at the mention of Amber Heard's name and be like, free Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp was abused by Amber Heard. Or they'll say, well, they both suck. They both abused each other. It's called mutual abuse.
Conference, Max Miller and
no, they can. You know what? If God, this is what is forever going to be the rain cloud that is in perpetuity. It does not matter. There is enough out there for people to take a look at if they want to revisit, if they are interested in it. But they're not, but it's people who aren't. They are so sure in what they came to the conclusion on without realizing how that conclusion was constructed for them from the global smear campaign that Johnny Depp's team engaged in. We know that there were infinite bots. We know that had been put into effect years before the 2022 trial. So there was the Free Johnny movement, hashtag Free Johnny Depp on Twitter before 2022.
Mills face domestic
there are
violence
videos going over every single detail. People care about the truth.
Why would Republicans keep them in the conference, whereas Democrats are dropping somebody critically accused of sexual harassment?
Well, the key word there is allegation. We have a process here. The House Ethics Committee works on those things. If allegations are made, they work through a process. So I'm not in the business of commenting on investigations as they're in process, and we'll see how that shakes out.
But am I right that there's no process right now for Miller? Right?
Yeah, no, as far as I can see, there is no ethics committee investigation currently taking place. And this is something we have seen Johnson do several times when he doesn't want to make a decision about a member of his caucus who's been accused of misconduct, of fraud, of financial mismanagement. He kind of just defers to the ethics committee, which can stall investigations for a very long time.
Right. Yes, it's a really, really good point. It's been a useful thing for him to have in his back pocket. Nikki McCann Ramirez, thanks for joining us.
Okay, let me look at the Mother Jones piece. I think what's most concerning about the Miller case is that it's not limited.
This is Democracy Now! Democracy Now!
Excuse me, Amy. Is that it's not limited to him. There are at least 4 to 5 other sitting members of Congress that have similar allegations of DV and nothing has been done. Yeah, it's a culture of violent abuse, violent misogyny. The party that cares about women's safety and children's safety, keeping women and kids safe. Donald Trump is the president. Yeah, he was convicted of rape in civil court. He has more allegations than years I've been alive. Okay. Assault, misogyny, verbal threats. Records detail new allegations against Rep. Max Miller. In mid-March, 2 detectives, an Ohio County Division of Children and Family Services caseworker, and a Cleveland Clinic physician met on Zoom to discuss how the 2-year-old daughter of a congressman and daughter of a U.S. senator wound up with a broken collarbone. The bruising surrounding the clavicle fracture made the injury suspicious, wrote one of the detectives who summarized the Zoom meeting. Further, someone on the call advised the injury would have required a higher degree of impact to occur. Neither the child's father, Representative Max Miller, nor mother, conservative policy advisor Emily Moreno, admitted to knowing what caused their daughter's injury or that it occurred while their daughter was under their care. Miller's primary theory was that the bruising resembled marks from a seatbelt. Moreno, who discovered the bruises and took the child to an emergency room, suggested the cause may have been something more sinister. Records of the investigation into potential child abuse show that Moreno told detectives that Miller had previously thrown hot water at her, shoved her, and held a gun to her head. Therefore, she couldn't rule out that Miller caused their daughter's fracture. Moreover, a child protection specialist reviewing the incident had characterized the bruising near the fracture as resembling a handprint. Daddy's house is scary, Moreno recounted her daughter saying, according to a Bay Village, Ohio investigative report related to the February 2026 injury. The summary of the Zoom meeting and investigative report are among more than 2,000 pages of court filings and police reports pertaining to Miller that Mother Jones obtained through public records requests. The trove of documents contain allegations of drug use by Miller, misogyny and verbal abuse, and violent behavior against multiple women. The filings also include evidence that Miller implicitly threatened his ex-father-in-law, Senator Bernie Moreno. Yes, I did see this amazing Oliver Larkin clip. We need more of this.
Is there a benchmark? Is it fine? How many children can be raped and it's fine if you're in relation to the immigration community?
If we're going to talk about children being raped, then we need to hold this pedophile president, Donald Trump, accountable, and all those that have been implicated by the Epstein files that the Department of Justice is still not leaking. And they've sent AIPAC after Thomas Massey for having the temerity to hold
Larkin,
accountable the pedophiles that are in control of our government.
Thank you. We appreciate your time very much. What is the number?
That is my congressman in Florida, 23. That's right. Oliver Larkin. Know who he is. Oliver Larkin, who just cooked this Fox News host who was like, okay, let's move on. Or sorry, Florida 25. You know what? Give him Florida 23 as well. Florida 25. Florida 25. 23, 25, tomato.
That is fine.
Let's watch it again.
Is there a benchmark? Is it fine? How many children can be raped and it's fine if you're in relation to the immigration?
Look at him gear up for this. He's like, okay, here we go.
Community.
If we're going to talk about children being raped, then we need to hold this pedophile president, Donald Trump, accountable, and all those that have been implicated by the Epstein files that the Department of Justice is still not leaking. And they've sent AIPAC after Thomas Massey for having the temerity to hold accountable the pedophiles that are in control of our government.
Thank you. We appreciate your time very much. What is the number that is?
He's like, that's it. Nope. Yank the cord. Yank the cord. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know what that shows too is how rare it is when Democrats go on Fox News to pull that, to pull what Oliver just did, which was to lay down the goddamn truth. Which was to cook so hard, they were like that, nope. And look at how this has gone viral. That is what voters will see. That is what people will see and go, who is this guy? Hold on a second. The producer's telling him to pull the plug the instant they saw Oliver take a deep breath. Well, you want to talk about that? Okay. Yeah, he's 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Perfect way of handling that. Hogan, thank you for the gift to Oliver Larkin. Elwood, thank you. Oh, Elwood, thank you for the 5 months. Oliver would love to come back on the stream. Yes, let me, hold on. Okay, the primary is August 18th. I'm looking at my schedule. Yeah, let us figure out in the next, I would say, week. Because I think I think probably next week is best. That is Fox News' campaign ad for Larkin. So good. That's how it's done. The host could see Oliver's eyes glint red, but he'd already committed to the swing and couldn't parry. Do you ever feel like we've all gone fully insane that the president probably raped kids is a thing that isn't brought up much in the media about the president? The fact that it's not rapist, pedophile attached to his name every time he is mentioned. Too raw, too real, endorsed Abdul. Yeah, that was a surprising thing I saw. Too raw, too real, who I cannot stand, but apparently has been Team Abdul since the beginning. And okay, you know what? We'll take it. Okay, back to the Mother Jones piece. I'm a Florida voter. I just mailed my ballot. I'm in Florida 7. Corey Miller's district. Send help, please. I wish my Dem candidate was Oliver Larkin. The Dem candidates for Florida 7 are center right, and it was like choosing between the lesser of three evils. Send help, please. Vote for Oliver. Look, Oliver could potentially kick off a wave here in Florida. This could be a domino effect. So just hang tight. Some of the accusations contained in the records have not been conclusively proven by a court or law enforcement agency, and it's possible they never will. Cuyahoga County's DCFS investigation into possible child abuse was unsubstantiated. That is, there was not enough evidence to support a finding of neglect or abuse. Additionally, Emily Moreno never filed a police report against Miller for harm she says he inflicted on her. She told a detective investigating the collarbone fracture that she feared no one would believe her. Because that is the reality of our culture. Dead Domain, thank you for the raid. Kaya, thank you so much, Dead Domain. Dead Dome raid. Florida's districts are weird. Yeah. Y'all, we are talking about the very serious allegations against Representative Max Miller, who is a Trump guy. He is an AIPAC guy. He is running for re-election. He won his primary. His general is in November. And he has a history of abuse, history of very serious allegations. And the latest concerns his ex-wife, whose father is Senator Bernie Moreno, who is refusing to say anything, refusing to use his position to call on Max Miller to step down. His own daughter and potentially granddaughter who was violently harmed by his former son-in-law. And according to text messages, Max Miller is blackmailing his former father-in-law. The records pose troubling questions about the conduct of a sitting lawmaker, and his ongoing and increasingly bitter legal battle with his ex-wife may complicate his re-election bid. Throughout the legal filings, Moreno alleges that Miller was an absentee father and abusive husband whose history of violence and misconduct dates back more than a decade. Some of the accusations she raised are previously unreported, and Mother Jones has also identified new details about incidents that have already become public. Responding to written questions about Moreno's lawyer about whether Miller threw a girl down the stairs in high school, faced expulsion from college for a violent incident involving a female student, and left Moreno within 3 days of their child's birth, Miller, over the course of the domestic proceedings, neither confirmed nor denied the events took place. Well, would you look at that? In domestic filings from May, Miller's lawyer responded to these accusations. Objection, relevance, scope of admissible evidence. Your Honor, we don't believe Max Miller's history of violence, in particular violence against women, bears any relevance on the violent abuse claims that his ex-wife has made. Through spokesperson Chris Vlasto, Miller declined to respond to any of the detailed questions Mother Jones sent to his lawyers. Vlasto pointed to statements made to other news outlets in which Miller and his representatives denied Miller had committed violence against women, though none of his previous interviews addressed some of the new issues raised by Mother Jones. For his part, Miller's filings suggest he's worried the accusations of domestic abuse and impropriety may harm his political campaign. According to a defamation lawsuit he filed against his ex-wife in May, Miller accuses Moreno of trying to malign his character and undermine his odds at re-election to Congress. In a motion for dismissal of the defamation case later that month, Moreno accused Miller of trying to silence a woman who has information about his misdeeds. Miller, 37, represents Ohio's 7th District, a long, skinny region of northeast Ohio that spans from the shore of Lake Erie all the way down to Amish country in Holmes County. He was first elected to Congress in November 2022 after serving as a senior White House aide in the first Trump administration. Miller married Moreno just a few months before his election. The wedding took place at the Trump National Golf Club in Bedminster, New Jersey, where Donald Trump himself gave a celebratory speech. Miller filed for divorce from Moreno exactly 2 years later in August 2024. And putting everything together, too, with Stephanie Grisham, who he only dated for a year, Stephanie Grisham's claims, his ex-wife's claims, this guy seems to get in a relationship and immediately start abusing because that's who he is. This is not like, oh, things were fine for a while and then it suddenly turned, or it was like a slow creep. No, he is a violent man. And violent men are going to do violence. It took just a few years for Miller to rise from a low-level political aide to nabbing an early Trump endorsement to take the seat of Republican incumbent, Representative Anthony Gonzalez. A cousin, Eli Miller, had helped Max Miller get a small role on then Senator Marco Rubio's ill-fated presidential campaign. After Rubio dropped out of the crowded Republican field, the two cousins both joined the 2016 Trump campaign. At the time, his resume was thin. After graduating from Cleveland State University 3 years earlier with a history degree, having briefly attended the University of Arizona beforehand, he joined the Marine Reserves. His previous work experience included a stint at Lululemon, but Trump quickly took a liking to the political neophyte. After the 2016 election, Miller served as director of Trump's advance team, associate director of the Presidential Personnel Office, and eventually deputy campaign manager for presidential operations. It was in the aftermath of the 2020 campaign cycle that Miller got his biggest opportunity yet. Because that's how it works in this world. You don't need to have experience. You don't need to have a lengthy resume that shows you are more than qualified for the job. No. As long as you fit into the boys club, As long as you're one of the boys, as long as you're, you know, just like Trump, you're in. When Trump was looking to oust Gonzalez for backing his impeachment over the January 6, 2021 attack on the Capitol, Miller was an easy pick to replace him. Max, great guy, I can tell you. He's a great guy, he said when introducing him at a July 2021 political rally. Draca Kid, thank you for the 33. Such was the headline of a 2021 profile of Miller that painted a picture of a young candidate with a troubled past. In the sprawling story published by Politico, journalist Michael Cruz interviewed more than 60 people and scoured court documents and police records from Miller's adolescence and early 20s. In 2007, he was arrested for reportedly punching a guy in the back of the head and running from police. Still in high school at the time, Miller pleaded no contest to the charges. The case was dismissed and then sealed, both Politico and the Washington Post reported. A few years later, in 2010, he was cited for breaking a window at an apartment building in Cleveland Heights, Ohio, after getting into a verbal altercation with people he didn't know at a hookah bar. Miller said rather than striking a person, he hit the door and his hand went through the glass, which cut his wrist, says the police report obtained by Mother Jones. He required immediate surgery for his injury. In April 2011, he was charged with operating a vehicle while intoxicated after crashing into a light pole at Miami University of Ohio. Upon questioning, Miller reported to police that he had consumed 2 to 3 beers and several shots the night before and then woke up in urine. Records from Miami University police concluded that Miller's blood alcohol content was under the legal limit and he pleaded down to a misdemeanor for failing to control the car. A blood test conclusively established that Mr. Miller was not impaired, his attorney said. However, Mother Jones has obtained further toxicology reports from the incident stating that Miller had MDMA, which is also known as ecstasy, and Klonopin in his system at the time of the crash. That 2011 episode is the last time Miller is known to have been charged with a crime, not including some minor driving and parking violations, but the cache of records point to other allegations of violence and misconduct that were never reported to police. For instance, one of Moreno's legal filings in their ongoing child custody case asked Miller to comment on the accusation that he pushed a female peer down a set of stairs during his high school years. Why did you not pursue a defamation lawsuit against Redacted for alleging that you pushed her down a flight of stairs? Miller's response, objection, relevant scope of admissible evidence. According to Politico's 2021 report, Miller pushed a girl out the door of his room, and she fell down some stairs after he became enraged when she resisted his attempts to touch her, according to 3 people who were there and many more who heard about the incident in the aftermath. Miller categorically denied to Politico that the altercation took place, but reached for comment this month. The woman in question told Mother Jones that while the event happened 20 years ago, it remains one of the more traumatic nights of my life. Moreno's lawyers brought up the alleged incident in a set of interrogatories, formal written questions used in the discovery phase of a lawsuit. The named parties in the case must answer truthfully under penalty of perjury, though their counsel can advise them to object to the question rather than provide an answer. Objecting does not imply culpability. In his May filing, Miller denied some of the other allegations outright. For example, admit that from January 1st, 2025 to present, you have consumed or used illegal drugs. Miller's response, deny. Admit that you were escorted out of a Marriott on October 30th, 2025 after the annual Red Mass. Miller's response, deny. Among the accusations Miller did not explicitly deny in the legal document, Moreno accused her ex-husband of making a misogynistic comment about her body and being expelled from college over violence against a woman. Admit that you referred to the childbirth of your daughter as setting your playground on fire. Miller's response, objection, relevance, scope of admissible evidence. Why did you tell defendant that you would not be present during the delivery of your minor child? Miller's response, objection, relevance, scope of admissible evidence. Why did you leave defendant and the minor child within 72 hours of the minor child's birth? Miller's response, objection, relevance, scope of admissible evidence. Admit that you were expelled from college for an incident involving violence with a female student. Miller's response, objection, relevance, scope of admissible evidence. I just have to go back to this. Setting your playground on fire. I hate this man with every fiber of my being. Men like this who choose to have children and then view those children and view the mother of their child or children as a problem in their life. As, ooh, the party's got to end now because I have this fucking kid. While, of course, we know that a man like this is not at all prioritizing caring for their child, making sure to split domestic responsibilities. Not at all. Yeah, the old ball and chain. Am I right, fellas? Am I right? Setting my playground on fire because I had a fucking daughter. And you know what, too? I bet if he had had a son, different tone. Different tone. It's the fact that he had a daughter, because you know how these misogynists are. You know how these sexist assholes are. Oh, God. Oh, I have a daughter. Or God knows if she didn't give him a kid, that would also be a problem. Yes. Why are you so barren? Why can't you have a kid? He shows violence to every female in his life. Yes. This is a violent, misogynistic man. In a quote from a June interview with the New York Post, Miller partially responded to the last claim. That is absolutely ridiculous. I can prove to you that I've never been expelled from any college. The only reason why we didn't answer the question is because we don't have to answer any question before December 18th of 2025 in court. Wow, gotcha. I 100% believe he abused his daughter. Me too. Me too. Miller was referring to the admissible discovery period. You know, let me tell you a difference, okay? Let me tell you a difference between men like my father and misogynistic men like Max Miller. My dad has 4 daughters. My dad is so proud and happy to have had 4 daughters and also a son. I don't want to forget about my brother, but he had 4 daughters out of 5 kids. Do you know how many men have made comments to my father? Do you know how many men have said things like, oh, Jesus, 4 girls? Ugh. Obviously insinuating what a nightmare it must be for my dad to not only have to deal with the woman who's his wife, but now 4 additional women who are his daughters. Oh, thank God you have a son at least. Oh, thank God. When it's like, when we were growing up, there was no separation between, oh, the boys do this and then the girls do this. There was no like, oh, my poor father who can't do things with his daughters because they're girls. Oh, yeah, you're outnumbered. Good luck. That's something I remember hearing all the time. Good luck. And it wasn't in reference to having 5 children, which is reasonable to say, whew, that's a lot. 5 kids? Wow. You guys got your hands full. No, it was good luck, specifically for having girls. Oh, how are you going to deal with boys coming around the house? Right? The type of men who'll be like, I'm sitting at the front door with a shotgun because my daughter's my property. Her virginity is something that I'm going to protect with my weapon. Yeah, wait, so we acknowledge boys are the problem. When you're saying, are you worried about boys coming around the house? From a legal standpoint, I understand that them not answering, but you know Republicans would raise hell if a Dem didn't answer, saying that if they had nothing to hide, they'd answer. Hate how hypocritical they are. I know. The hypocrisy never ceases to be stunning and disgusting. Dudes would tell my dad that I was going to be effeminate or gay because I had 2 sisters and a lot of women in my life while growing up. My dad had me and my older sister. I've heard men my whole life ask if they were going to go for a son and the whole outnumbered thing. A house full of women. Sheesh. Sheesh. The thing about my parents, too, is that they had 3 daughters in a row. 1, 2, 3. And then they had my brother. 4. And then they still had another kid because they wanted to have a huge family. It was not a, oh, finally we got a boy. Oh, finally. Thank God. Thank God. No, they had a 5th child, my little sister. And then after that, my mom wanted to have a 6th child. And we were like, okay, no, now it's too many kids. No, we got 5. None of us can handle anymore. Low-key, it's the same vibe my family gave when my cousin said she was having a baby. I hope it's a boy. We've got too many girls already. Where it all speaks to the culture that we live in, a culture that views men and boys differently than women and girls. That all of these comments, all of these insinuations, all of these attitudes that are all part of a culture that is so deeply, deeply misogynistic and sexist. My mom did that with me. Oh, finally a girl. And then I turned out trans, mass, non-binary. Miller was referring to the admissible discovery period. In a May court filing, Miller claimed the judge stated from the bench that any admissible evidence should be from December 18th, 2025 onward. Miller's May filing also requested the judge to issue a formal ruling to clarify the cutoff date and stop Moreno from using discovery to harass Miller. Actually, the last thing I wanted to say, I cannot fucking stand that genre of TikTok videos where they are gender reveals, which, first of all, let's do away with these obnoxious gender reveals. Okay, do you know how many of these gender reveals have caused fires? When it's like, oh, here, let's have an open flame while being around dry grass. And next thing you know, there's a fucking wildfire. Holy shit. All the pollution from these gender reveals, all like the damage. But you know what I'm talking about. These gender reveals where whatever it is, cutting into the cake, lighting off the flame, and when it's revealed that it's pink, it's a girl, and the reactions of the man, the reactions of the father to be, where it ranges from, and it's always presented as like, it's so funny. Look at how mad he is. Look at how upset he is that the gender reveal has revealed they are having a girl. And you'll see the woman who's like, yay, oh my gosh, right? Excited, just excited. And then her hubby or baby daddy being so upset. It's sad. It is awful. Every time I see one of those, I'm like, girl, run. Get out of there. Get out of there. What's worse is when the women do this and when they find out they don't have a boy. Oh, you mean women who refer to themselves as boy breeders? Women like Patricia Heaton? Patricia Heaton, who is supporting efforts to ban Mayor Zohran Mamdani from the 9/11 anniversary ceremony. This bitch doesn't even live in New York. She does not even live in New York. She is not from New York. She has no connection to New York. And on top of that, as I wrote here on Twitter, refers to herself publicly as a boy breeder. Yeah. Her Instagram bio has the words boy breeder. What a freak. You're telling me that a grown-ass woman who refers to herself as a boy breeder is a vile racist speaking on matters in a city that she does not even live in, nor is she from? Oh, I can't believe those things are connected. Who was that woman that said her son was the best boyfriend she'd ever had? That was Jason Biggs' ex-wife, Jenny Mullen. Jenny Mullen, who, whoa. Yes, if you missed when we covered that, Jenny Mullen had posted a photo of herself lying on top of her 12-year-old son and said, your eldest son will be the most toxic guy you'll ever date. And that was in addition to a very creepy Substack post she wrote about how she hates girls who are friends with her sons or who could potentially, just a threat because they're girls, they're 12-year-old girls. Yup. Oh, those boy moms. The mom who started the gender reveal party talked about how much she regrets it. Yeah, it's like the person who started Spiritually Israeli is like, I regret it. I started the gender reveal party trend, and I regret it. Jenna Karvanidis accidentally created a monster. Now she argues that the concept of gender is limiting. She's like, wow, I never anticipated that these gender reveal parties would become a massive trend, which I get, right? This was 2008. 2008, before everything was a trend. When you just kind of would do things. And what she did was she announced the baby's gender by cutting into a cake that had pink icing and wrote about it on her blog. It went viral. And then next thing is we lived in a culture that had gender reveal parties as a massive trend. They are extravagant. One party led to a 47,000-acre wildfire in Arizona. Another involved explosives that killed a soon-to-be grandmother. And yet have continued. Karvanidis now considers the parties problematic because they've gotten so out of hand, but also because of the message they send. Who cares what gender the baby is? She asked in a Facebook post in 2019. Her post again went viral alongside a photo of her family, featuring her daughter wearing a pale blue blazer and pants. Plot twist, Karvanidis wrote, the world's first gender reveal party baby is a girl who wears suits. Yeah. I went to a gender party, reveal party once, and it's one of those things I look back on, I'm like, why did I even go? Why did I feel an obligation? You know what? That's when I was a younger woman, and I would go to things that I didn't want to go to, but I felt obligated. And anyway, at that gender reveal party, the boyfriend of the woman who was having the baby reacted exactly as I've described in these TikTok videos where they find out they're having a girl, and it was gross. Matt Bernstein interviewed her.
I feel like a lot of
That is Matt, always there. Always getting the interviews, always on top of things. The mom who invented gender reveals regrets it. I'm pretty sure she lost pretty much all of her pregnancies before even getting to finding out the sex stage. So she was excited to get that far, so she had a party not realizing how big it would blow up. Yeah, I don't blame her at all. And this was 2008 when blogs were still the, pretty dominant form of creating content on the internet. And blogs were dominated a lot by moms who in the early 2000s used blogging as a way to connect and as a way to be honest about the difficulties of motherhood and the not so shiny stuff that people don't want to talk about. She just wanted to have fun with the creative ideas. She was just excited and posted on her blog. And then it became this huge out of control thing. It's like how the term incel was originally created by a woman who was creating a support group for men who struggle to find intimate relationships. Yes, often the origin of something being well-intended, not being what it comes to be associated with, but alas. Okay, let me finish this. We're almost done. Nothing legally precluded Miller from denying allegations that would have taken place before December 2025 in the court filings, including the accusation of violence against a woman in college. In some cases, Miller both objected to the relevancy or admissibility of a claim and concurrently denied it. Admit that you were physically and emotionally abusive to defendant during your marriage. Miller's response, objection, relevance. Otherwise, without waiving, deny. Please state if you have ever been indicted of any crime. Miller's response, objection, scope of admissible evidence. Without waiving any objection, never. Before publishing this story, Mother Jones again emailed Miller's lawyers and spokesperson to request the congressman directly address the following question. As a college student, were you ever involved in a physical or violent altercation involving a female student? Miller's spokesperson replied, we won't be responding. Nor did the spokesperson respond to questions about the toxicology report that Mother Jones obtained or about an apparent threat Miller made by text to his former father-in-law, Senator Bernie Moreno, which is documented in court filings. I'm sick of this. You know I never hurt our daughter. Take this however you want. Everyone is going to get to know you better than your wife does. Miller wrote to Bernie Moreno, according to an exhibit referenced in Emily Moreno's motion for a restraining order. Enjoy the ride, brother. I wouldn't have to do this if you could keep your lying daughter under control. Also, like, I'm sorry. This man is disgusting in every way. Really creepy using the word brother, right? Where this is his former father-in-law. And I don't mean that as far as like the word brother itself being bizarre, but it feels like there's even something to the use of brother in this context. Him saying to his former father-in-law, enjoy the ride, brother, which denotes that he has obviously a total lack of respect for his father-in-law or his former father-in-law, which, let me say too, fuck Bernie Moreno. But just to make the point here, smile for me now, brother. Bernie Moreno's office acknowledged receiving questions from Mother Jones, but did not provide comment. Through her lawyer, Emily Moreno declined to comment. In a separate filing from May, Miller was also accused of making misogynistic comments about Moreno's attorney. He allegedly said the lawyer's fiance was not much of a looker. This guy is just oozing misogyny. Oozing. Not much of a looker, and that he could find lots of women like her on a street corner for $10. According to the filing, Miller also shouted at Moreno's attorney, come at me. Come at me, bro. Come at me. Moreno is not the only woman who's publicly accused Miller of violence. Stephanie Grisham, a White House press secretary from Trump's first term, wrote in an October 2021 Washington Post excerpt of her book that Miller got physical with her when the two were dating in 2020. Politico was more specific in its July 2021 article, recounting, according to 3 people familiar with the incident, that Miller pushed Grisham against a wall and slapped her in the face in his Washington apartment after she accused him of cheating on her. It sounded similar to an event Moreno described to the Bay Village Police Department when DCFS was investigating their child's broken collarbone, the police records show. She went to pick up Redacted at home, and Redacted grabbed Redacted and threw her against the wall, which resulted in an obvious grab mark on her upper arm and bruising to her stomach and side where she hit the wall. A detective wrote in summarizing what Moreno said. In May, the Daily Mail published photos of the alleged abuse against Moreno, which were later included in court filings. The pictures depicted a bruise on Moreno's arm and red splotches on her chest that the outlet said were the result of 2 separate incidents. The one in which Miller allegedly pushed Moreno into a wall, and another in which he allegedly threw hot water at her. Records show Moreno referenced both of these accusations in her police interview about their child's broken collarbone. The Daily Mail also referenced a handwritten letter that Miller allegedly sent to Moreno after the water incident, which Moreno says took place in June 2024. I don't know what to do. I do know you love me, protect me, and care for me. I failed to do that for you, Miller wrote, according to a picture of the letter in court filings. It's eating me alive. I love you, even if you think I don't. I love you so much. I'm so sorry. I'm just a fuck up and worthless. Oh, this is so classic. This is so classic. Miller's spokesperson, Vlasto, told the New York Post that the apology letter instead relates to an argument between Congressman Miller and Emily Moreno's father. Miller sued both Moreno and Grisham for defamation. In an October 2021 case, he contended that Grisham's book excerpt is replete with libelous and defamatory false statements about him, including that he was violent toward her. He subsequently withdrew the lawsuit in 2023 after the pair settled their case. About a week after the Daily Mail article, Miller also sued Moreno for defamation, alleging that she leaked information to the Daily Mail for the purpose of undermining his congressional campaign. In court filings, Moreno denied speaking to the tabloid or urging anyone to do so on her behalf. In trying to defend his character after the Daily Mail article was published, Miller uploaded to social media a voice recording of Moreno that he had taped in 2024. This is what was talked about in the Chris Hayes segment. He wrote in an X post that the recording proves everything alleged by Stephanie Grisham was fabricated and that he's never done anything to harm Moreno. This post landed Miller in another legal battle. In a lawsuit Grisham filed last week related to their 2021 case, Grisham says Miller broke the private terms of their settlement by disparaging her in public with his Twitter post. Moreover, she says Miller's summary of his own video recording is not accurate. In the 43-second clip, Moreno says what Stephanie did to you is wrong. Moreno does not say in the recording that Grisham lied about being abused. It's also not Stephanie Grisham who is saying in a recording, what I did to you was wrong. Not anything from the person who had alleged abuse against Miller. At no point in the recording does Moreno claim or admit that everything alleged by Stephanie Grisham was fabricated. Responding to the Daily Mail story, Miller also shared a separate voice recording of Moreno with the New York Post. A subsequent legal filing contained a transcript of the recording. According to the transcript, Moreno is heard saying, you poured steaming hot water on me, and you have been insanely emotionally abusive. Miller first said he didn't pour hot water on her neck. He then said the water incident, I never thought that hurt you. Wait, Miller shared a separate voice recording of Moreno, so he recorded her? And in the recording, Moreno is saying, you poured steaming hot water on me and you've been insanely emotionally abusive. It was never done to hurt you with intent. It never was done to hurt you, and you know that, Miller explained. Hold on, this fucking asshole, this fucking idiot, oh my God, he put this out because he thinks it is proof of his innocence, because in the recording, which again, he made the recording. In the recording, he responds to his ex saying, well, I never intended to hurt you. It was not done to hurt you, and you know that. Holy shit. Here, Miller may have inadvertently shot himself in the foot. Yeah, I'd say so. In response to Miller's defamation case, Moreno's lawyer claims that Miller's audio is effectively an admission that he threw hot water at Moreno. Yes! It is true or substantially true that Congressman Miller soaked her with hot water. Miller admits to it in his own audio recording, reads the supplemental filing. Oh my God, this is a man who has never faced consequences. This is a man who understands that the system is designed to protect and enable men like him. So in his mind, never would he look at this and go, oh shit, well, that makes it seem like I really did throw hot water on her. I'm admitting to it. No, instead, he viewed this and went, see, she's a lying fucking bitch. Lying bitch saying I'm abusive. And here's me on record saying I didn't do that with the intent to hurt you. And you know that. They seriously believe if you say I didn't mean to, everything is okay. That it's like, my intent was not to actually hurt you. So if you got hurt, that's on you. And if you're trying to claim that I intentionally hurt you, You're the problem. Even when there's tons of evidence, it's never enough. No, it never is. It's like the many text messages in which Johnny Depp, either to Amber Heard, to his sister, to people in his life, acknowledge that the monster in him that comes out when he's blacked out drunk, when he's on drugs, when he says things like, oh, I'm sorry, when he would do the classic abuser, apologize. Oh, you know I love you. You know I can't control this. I'm going to get better. I love you. I didn't mean any of it. For now, the defamation-related cases involving Grisham and Moreno are ongoing, as is Miller's bid for re-election, though a recent poll shows he leads Democratic challenger Brian Poindexter by just 1%. A few weeks ago, the nonpartisan Cook Political Report also downgraded Miller's race from solid Republican to likely Republican. I'm such a fuck up. I'm struggling with my issues. But also, I'm not an abuser. Also, you know that I never mean to hurt you. I just get driven to this point. I just get so mad. But it's not actually my fault. Wow. You made me do it. Yeah. You made me do it. Which is something that Johnny Depp said. Johnny Depp had said, Amber made me do it. Look what you made me do. When he had his injured finger that was blamed on Amber Heard. Look what you made me do. Or Depp referring to himself as a fucking savage and a lunatic. Yeah. Which, actually makes sense that his Dior campaign for Dior Sauvage, which Dior never dropped his ass, makes sense that he would be the face of Dior Sauvage when he himself in text messages referred to himself as a fucking savage and a lunatic and fantasized about killing Amber Heard. In text messages to Paul Bettany saying, let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she's dead. And Paul Bettany was like, yeah, woohoo. Yep. Will Neff? What the heck? Oh no, did something happen? Oh no. Oh no. Wait, he just said, did your internet die? Why would you assume something bad happened? Because sometimes I get a Will Neff raid and it's a short stream and it's either because something happened. Will? Hey. Wait, did your internet die? What the heck? Oh. You're doing friendship things?
Yeah. He's coming to our side of town so we can hang out with you later.
Okay. Okay, I want to do friendship things.
That's why I'm doing it.
I have said I'm going stir crazy.
I am ending stream early.
Okay.
Because I was instructed that you wanted to do friendship stuff.
Did you have a good stream though? You just bullshitting? All right, everybody. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. Farles, you want to come sit with Mama? No, you don't. You hate Mother. My own little misogynistic son. I'm debating. No. I'm not because I got more things to talk about aside from that piece of shit. Max Miller. Fuck that guy. Wait, please tell me you saw the new Wicker trailer. I did see the new Wicker trailer. What a freaky little movie with freaky deek Alex Skarsgård. We can watch the trailer. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Let's do that right now. I will show you.
Like a lot of people listening to this are going.
Oops. As much as I love the beautiful voice of Matt Bernstein. Here we go. Wicker trailer. What a weird. Weird looking movie.
Today's catch. Catch.
You needn't yell. We can smell you coming.
Lick my worm.
So then, fisherwoman, you caught yourself a lover yet?
Love seems more a burden than a prize.
Sorry.
It was my mom's.
There's absolutely no shame in living out your remaining days alone.
I'll marry ya.
Oh.
You have Oscar winner Olivia Colman.
I want you to make me a husband.
Be at the chapel in a month.
Good.
Peter Dinklage. Elizabeth Debicki. And of course, Alex Skarsgård.
What's that? This is my husband.
You know what? For those of you who have asked for original movies, if you are not seeing the originality here, if you are not excited for this, then I don't want to hear nothing.
I heard that he's strong as a tree and just as hard.
He's Wicker.
Straighten me right out.
You are the reason I live and breathe.
It's not natural. Men are not like that.
Fuck off.
Fuck off. Yeah, fuck off. You know, you've made quite an impression. The wives, they're all aflutter.
I don't blame her. I'd climb that.
Cousin. You've become quite bold, haven't you, fisherwoman?
He has his days, I have mine, and we have our nights.
Is someone being murdered?
Let's dig in. I'll be fixing the bed this afternoon. It broke again.
You've got some sort of scheme going with the natural world, haven't you?
Mother Nature provides, I merely augment.
Oh, it looks tantalizing. And you know what I will say? Will said it was too horny. No, get out of here with that. Okay. What is this puritanical too horny shit? What I will say is, do you think Oscar winner Olivia Colman would have signed up to do this project if it were not going to be potential one of the movies of the year? You think Olivia Colman, you think Elizabeth Debicki of The Crown would have signed up to do this if it were not quality? I don't think so. This cast is stacked. The only person we're missing is Robert Pattinson with that freaky little guy. And what I need is a movie. What I need is a movie with Robert Pattinson, Alexander Skarsgård, and also Willem Dafoe being freaky. Will someone get these beggars out of here? Will someone get these wickers out of here? It looks fun. It looks funny. It looks interesting. It looks original. I am set. I am set. And you know what? This is not a movie I'm going to go with Will Neff to. This is a movie I'm going to go with the Sandwich Lady to go see. The Sandwich Lady and I are going to go see Wicker. The people this appeals to haven't had a fun movie to go see. They deserve to have some fun. Yeah, we're not allowed to have fun here. We're not allowed to watch a movie where Olivia Colman is getting down and dirty with Alex Skarsgård, who's made out of sticks, who's made out of wood, made out of wicker. All the girls are horny for his wood, literally. Fun is sometimes when weird sex. You know what? Fuck it. I'm saying it. I'd fuck him.
I am here to marry you.
What's that? This.
I'd get down with that, Wicker. Yeah. I'm saying it. It's not even a hear me out. It's just a duh. Hello. Seen this guy? You seen this Wicker? Will someone get this Wicker in my bed? One of the main characters was in The Other Bennett Sister, which is just sublime. Absolutely sublime. Absolutely. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. You know what? This is something to live for. This is something to live for. I wonder how much Dinklage charges for a husband. Ahem. 2 copper pennies. He's got that monster wick. He's got that monster wick. Yeah. I wanna hop on. Hot take, looks better than Johnny Bailey. Johnny Bailey. Johnny Bailey as a Scarecrow. I agree. All yours for a farthing. All yours. Did you see this one? I actually didn't. First Look at Stuffed, a musical romance film starring Jodie Comer and Harry Melling. The film follows a taxidermist who longs to stuff a human specimen, but ends up falling in love with the man who volunteers. Petrificus totalis. That's weird too. This is the, yeah, you know what? This is the real movie for freaks. The people who are excited for this are looking at Wicker and going, "You guys think you're freaks? Please. This is nothing. This is a Wonder Bread toast." Spiritually like this banger, humanist vampire seeking consenting suicidal person. 2023 French language Canadian vampire comedy drama film about a teenage vampire who befriends Paul, a boy with suicidal tendencies. Yes. Vampire humaniste cherche suicidaire consentant. Sometimes I see a movie and I think I know the bitches on Tumblr are going to love this. Oh, yeah. The Tumblr girlies are going to be eaten. Eaten good. Yeah, you know, I kind of love the kind of woman that will kill me. Yeah, just wait. Wait for the Tumblr posts. They are going to be we are all going to be eaten. Okay. Yeah, we have some really exciting stuff coming up. So, never kill yourself. There are things to live for, y'all. You get to see Alex Skarsgård being prime freak. Olivia Colman bouncing on that wicker crazy style. Wicker style. I need Alex Skarsgård and Robert Pattinson to fuck on screen. I need the two of them to be in a freaky film together. I need it. I need it. I need it. Is this too much? Do you think they'll see this? Need y'all to be freaks in a movie together, please. The people need it. I'm going to say the people need it too. It's not just me. Can you at them? They're not on Twitter. Unfortunately, they're too busy being little freaks. But you know what I'm saying? You see the vision. You see the vision. Because here's the thing. Somebody like Jacob Elordi, beautiful, beautiful man. I don't see that freak quality in him like an Alex Skarsgård. Beautiful man. Robert Pattinson, beautiful man, but freak qualities. You know? Willem Dafoe? Exactly. He's got it. Caroline, you're going to run for Congress one day. If running for Congress meant I could get my freaky movie with Robert Pattinson and Alex Skarsgård, then I would run for Congress. I would do it. I would do it. Creane, thank you for the 28 months. What about Josh O'Connor? So Josh to me is in a different, he's got that devilish twinkle, you know? He's got that cheeky, he's got that cheeky little slutty slut quality. But I don't know if I put him in the same type of freaky category as an Alex Skarsgård and a Robert Pattinson. Josh is so important to me as a lesbian. He is a national, an international treasure. Paul Mescal, no. He's too sad, brooding Irish boy. Mm-mm. Wait, did you see Cooper Hoffman's Criterion? No, I didn't. Link it. Please, please. Paul needs to be in a happy movie or he'll die.
My name is Cooper Hoffman.
Please stop having Paul Mescal be a depressed Irish boy, a sad Irish boy.
I am in the Criterion closet, and I have a game plan. I'm going to follow through, and I hope you enjoy. Let's get it going. I do think it makes sense to start here because of what happened last night.
Okay.
Hoop Dreams. It represents everything I love about basketball and everything I kind of find to be deeply sad about basketball as well.
Okay, so this must have been filmed right after the Knicks final.
It was one of the first documentaries I ever saw, and it was something that my mother showed me.
Spike Lee.
And in light of how well the Knicks are doing and the incredible comeback that happened last night, and how much of a fan I am of them and basketball just in general, it really was my first love. This movie kind of encapsulates all of that. But this is a polar opposite movie. Come and see. It is the movie I watched before shooting The Long Walk.
Oh, yeah,
that
that makes
Francis
sense.
Lawrence told
That
us to
makes
watch.
sense.
And it is because I think he wanted to replicate the fact of, you know, how you go into things and how you come out of them.
Yeah, that movie is fucking intense. It is very intense. It is harrowing. It is a horror.
I think it does a really good job of showing in a very intense way of how much kids want to grow up and then realize as they grow up how kind of more difficult it gets. This movie.
You know what, TW? I'm inclined to agree. That's Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby comparison with The Long Walk. And I enjoyed The Long Walk, but yeah.
It's incredible. I'm going to go with two together. And it's because my girlfriend showed me both of these.
Okay, girlfriend.
Or didn't show me both of these, sorry. This is her favorite movie, and I
Paper
love this
Moon.
movie. Paper Moon. Another great director showed this to me, Paul Thomas Anderson, and I was blessed to watch it in a screening room with him and my family. Tatum O'Neal is someone that I've always loved. This and also Come and See are two, like, child acting.
Wait, who is he?
It makes no sense, but when you watch it, you feel...
Oh, he's dating Thandie Newton's daughter. Isn't Nico Parker Thandie's daughter? Yes. She was in Last of Us. Oh, that's cute. Two Nepo babies dating. That's cute.
All of the things. And then Thelma and Louise. It's something I just watched. Also, incredibly exciting. And my girlfriend showed this to me, and we watched it together. Yeah. And she has much better movie taste than I do. This movie's fantastic.
Yes. Excellent.
Okay, we're going to
pick.
pivot. We're going to totally pivot, but, you know, who the hell cares? Happiness. This movie, you know, not everyone gets to see their father jerk off on screen. I did in this, and it was something that really shocked me.
I should not have been taking a sip of water. Oh my God. I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
And, you know, maybe I didn't like it at the time, but I've recently rewatched it in the theater. And Todd Solondz was one of the first directors I ever asked to go meet when I got an agent, because I love this movie so much, because I think it's a incredible test.
That is the least traumatizing part of that film. Yeah, that is yeah. Philip Seymour Hoffman jacking off in a theater. Least traumatizing part of the film.
To like how imperfect humans are and how much empathy Todd has for them. And I think that's a testament to also my father's acting in this and everyone's acting in this.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is one of my faves. Okay, let's go with
It's a
another
really good
person
ensemble.
that's incredibly good at dealing with very dark subjects and creating humor and light out of them. Greg Araki. This is a little controversial. I haven't seen The Doom Generation. I haven't seen Nowhere, but I've seen Totally Fucked Up. I want to watch both of these. I need to watch both of these. But Greg Araki.
I'm not over that line. I'm not over. You know what? He's funny as hell. I knew he was one of my favorite Nepo babies. I knew as soon as he started getting into acting, and yes, I am biased because Philip Seymour Hoffman was one of the greats, and he was gone too soon. His death was very tragic. Very tragic. And so I definitely feel a sense of warmth towards his son, just to begin with. And then when Cooper Hoffman started, when he really announced that he wanted to follow in his dad's footsteps as best as he could and pursue acting. And, you know, I do really love the duo of him and David Johnson. I think they're great. I think there's too many obnoxious Nepo babies out here also. So the good ones, I support the good Nepo babies.
Just worked with him. He is as funny and fun as his movies are, even though they deal with very intense subjects. I
have to say, too, as far as Nepo children go, Cooper Hoffman seems like a regular guy. He seems like a guy who you could easily have a great convo with. Like, well, one of the least obnoxious. Yeah. And I think it's because Philip Seymour Hoffman also always gave off the vibe of being a regular guy who was incredibly gifted at acting. He never gave off that like rich celebrity vibe. And I think Nepo babies like, say, Patrick Schwarzenegger, he grew up in that culture of extreme wealth and elitism and celebrity. His father's Arnold, his mother's Maria Shriver. Like, he gives off incredibly privileged and also tone deaf as fuck, and also conservative. Like, let's be for real, okay? But somebody like Cooper Hoffman, he just feels more normal, less ostentatious for sure. Yeah.
Sense of humor. It's something that my mom always taught me, and I like when movies have it too. Punch Drunk Love is a movie I just recently rewatched.
Yeah, a character actor thing where character actors used to look like regular people. Now character actors, it's like, yes, I have 0% body fat and my teeth are fake.
It's not my favorite Paul Thomas Anderson movie. My favorite Paul Thomas Anderson movie is The Master. But this movie it feels like lightning in a bottle in a different way that I can't totally describe, but when I watch it, I just want to keep watching it. Mean Streets. This movie is something
If you don't know, The Master also starred Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Also just recently rewatched, and it's not in the same way, but it feels like with Paul with Punch Drunk Love and with this, and by the way, also these are two fantastic directors, and this is just my opinion, but it feels like they were both trying to figure something out, and it works so well. And I really enjoy the fact that both, like, Mean Streets feels like something that, like, it feels, even though it might not be, tangible for me and my friends to go make. And that's really exciting as, like, a young person who's trying to make stuff with their buddies. And also, by the way, Robert De Niro in this is just a godsend. It's crazy. I haven't seen this movie, HUD.
Like, you know who I would love to talk to Cooper Hoffman about? William Friedkin. Like, that is a director where if he does not know William Friedkin's work, I'd be like, dude, you would fucking love William Friedkin films. And obviously, like, Exorcist, which Yeah, everyone's seen Exorcist. But I'd be like, oh, you haven't seen French Connection? Oh, brother. Sorcerer? Oh, bro, let me hook you up. Let's smoke a J and do a William Friedkin movie marathon. It will change your life.
I want to take it with me because Paul Newman is one of my favorite actors of all time. He is unbelievable. Cool Hand Luke, The Sting. I mean, I could go on. He is remarkably handsome and yet loses none of his empathy, his sadness, his depression, his guilt, his hilarity. He's someone that I will never be, but admire watching. And it's really nice with an actor like that, where you kind of aren't striving to become them and you can just watch their work and be happy that they've done stuff. Love Streams, Cassavetes.
Yeah.
My friend told me to watch this. James, shout out to you. And actually, hold on, we're gonna do a little twofer because he also told me to...
He's got some real good picks in here. Yes, Big Ounce, permission
watch
granted.
Salesman, because I was shooting a movie called Wildcat where I had to play a Bible salesman. Let's talk about Love Streams first. Love Streams is one of those that I wish I had a more interesting take on, but it just felt so natural and kind of almost the feeling that I got watching like Y Tu Mama Tambien, where it's a little bit like you just want to be the camera and you don't ever want it to shut off. And I think that that's really sometimes hard to do because I have so many annoying critiques about things at times, but I don't have any for this. Salesman. This kind of duality of like these people who are selling Bibles.
What's your take on John Cassavetes? So my take is that John Cassavetes gave, in my opinion, gave us some of the best work with female protagonists, namely Jenna Rollins. Namely, A Woman Under the Influence. Namely, what Jenna Rollins should have won her Oscar for and did not. They were an amazing duo. They were of course married, and he was very important in the realm of independent cinema. And A Woman Under the Influence is incredible, as is a lot of his work. A director who truly understood that he was married to one of the most gifted actresses on the planet and gave her through their, gave her the opportunities that really at that time were not common as far as like female written and directed roles go, but also like in comparison to today. I look back on their collaborations, many of which took place in the 70s and the 80s, and it's remarkable to compare with modern films and feel like how were there better representations 40 years ago than there are right now. A Woman Under Influence really surprised me. It feels fresh and unique. It's amazing. Though, to be fair, a lot of Latin American film scholars and directors kind of hate Cassavetes. Yes, I know that he is not universally beloved, but he was a filmmaker who really pioneered American independent cinema, and he in my opinion gave, again, one of the most important contributions being his collaborations with Jenna. He did Rosemary's Baby. Well, that's directed by Polanski. But he wrote, or no, sorry. He's in, I forgot, acting as well. He's in Rosemary's Baby. Actors love him because his films are about acting, because he was a director who acted. And so he was a director who I think actors as far as working with him knew that he was an actor's director.
And like, that is something that should be wholly in kind of like one note almost, but they're not. They're wholehearted people who are drinking beers in hotels and smoking cigarettes, and they have funny jokes. And it was so nice to get to look at, I think it's 4 salesmen that like are, you know, and like, I don't remember the nicknames for each one of them, but the nicknames are hilarious. One's called the Bull, I think. And it's just a really like exciting documentary. Oh my God, I'm taking so many movies. God. This is what happens when you come in with a game plan.
Cooper Hoffman, I'm rooting for you. I am rooting for you. I hope we get to see him in great roles because I think he's capable. He is not his father because nobody was Philip Seymour Hoffman. Philip Seymour Hoffman inhabited this unique space. Like, he was a totally unique creative talent. And I'm sure that is difficult as far as being the child of one of the greats who also left this earth tragically and way too soon. But it seems like Cooper Hoffman has never set out to try to be his father. That he's not trying to, even his comments on Paul Newman, where he's like, I appreciate his work and recognize like this is not someone I'm trying to be, not someone who I'm trying to necessarily emulate, but that I can appreciate his talent and the work that he left behind. So yeah, I know I saw like the X-Men casting, or not official casting, but rumored, I think it is. Excuse me. Rumored casting. Or I didn't even see that. That's what Will told me. Will told me that. So I don't know if that's even rumors. Matt Damon also did this and posted 4 days ago.
Hey, this is Matt Damon. I'm in the Criterion Closet. There's an incredible collection here.
Al Bierix Wolf, thank you for the 24 months.
And I'm just going to randomly grab some stuff and say what.
I guess the thing I'm disappointed of is like David Johnson. Okay, David Johnson is going to be in Black Panther. Cooper Hoffman, maybe. Wait, he's not even listed in this? Where the hell is that rumor coming from? Okay, well, if Cooper Hoffman ends up in the MCU universe, we need our duo. We need our duo. They themselves said that they want to be one of the next great duos. That they're inspired by the Hollywood great duos. Give us the duo. They do have a movie coming out next year together called Chaperones. Yes. So hopefully that's a good one.
Comes to mind.
Zelma Khan, thank you for the 8 months.
So Purple Noon, the same source material as The Talented Mr. Ripley. So I never saw Purple Noon because as famous as it is, I stayed away from it to do Ripley. I didn't want to see it, and Anthony Minghella didn't want me to see it, and I never watched it after, but it is a classic, and so I'm going to pick this one up. The movie that he did have me see for Ripley was actually Knife in the Water. It was just to get a sense of the aesthetic and the boat work we were going to do. But I remember it being wonderful. I wanted to grab one of Soderbergh's movies. They have Traffic here. I like Traffic for a very special reason. So I've done, I think, 10 movies with Steven Soderbergh. I absolutely adore him. I love working with him.
He's done 10 movies. Okay. Yeah, I do kind of forget how long he's been around. Okay, let's see. Ocean's 11, obvi. Ocean's 11. Oceans, well, I guess the whole Oceans trilogy. So 11, 12, 13. Contagion. The Informant. No Sudden Move. Well, that's an uncredited cameo. Behind the Candelabra, that's 7. Che Part 2. Oh, yeah. Soderbergh's biopic about Che Guevara. He has a cameo as Father Schwartz. Unsane. Oh, yeah. I forgot he's in that too. Okay, a lot of it is like Matt Damon cameos. He did Unsane, No Sudden Move. The Informant, which I already said. Yeah, damn, they have done a lot of movies together. Uncredited Matt Damon is his most powerful form. You know you are that guy when you get actors like Matt Damon to do uncredited cameos. But also because they've worked together a lot.
For so many reasons. I mean, he cuts in camera. He is the editor. He's the director. He's the cinematographer, and he's the camera operator. And he cuts the work you do the day you shoot it, and he sends it to you so you can watch the movie develop as it's going. When he won the Oscar for directing this movie, he kind of scoffed at the idea that he would do anything like it ever again. It's a remarkable movie, incredible performances. Benicio, everybody in this movie is great. Benicio is absolutely out of this world. He's phenomenal. But
I wonder if Matt Damon is ever going to win an acting Oscar. Because he has an Oscar, and that is for screenplay for Good Will Hunting. And I think they were the youngest. Screenplay winners when they won. So it was a really big moment because they were babies. They were fresh on the scene. And he does have a couple of Oscar nominations for acting performances. People sure are saying that this year's his year for Odyssey, and I'm sorry, but no. It's not this year. It's not for the Odyssey. I think they're maybe confusing him with Cillian Murphy in Oppenheimer. They're like, well, Cillian Murphy won in Oppenheimer. So surely Matt Damon's going to win for the Odyssey. I don't know, though. I don't know if an Oscar is in Damon's future. I don't know. People forget it's not even October yet. Oh, you mean the people who are saying Indy Navarrete for Obsession? They're like, Indy's going to win. Indy's my pick.
Taking it as a reminder to, when things go really well in your life creatively, never protect your beachhead. And that's a conversation that I've had with Soderbergh many, many times. You want to keep pushing. You do not want to just do the same thing over and over and over. This movie is impossible to find. So if you can get a Criterion edition of You Can Count on Me, you should definitely do that. This was my introduction to Kenny Lonergan. Casey Affleck and I went and did a play in London, one of Kenny's plays. I ended up producing Manchester.
If he did get it for Odyssey, that would be like when DiCaprio won for whatever that movie was. Well, first of all, that movie was Revenant. I don't know, because DiCaprio had been nominated like a cajillion times, and he absolutely should have won, not for The Revenant, but he should have won an Oscar. And so they gave it to him for The Revenant. I don't know if I can say that for Damon. I don't know if Damon's reached that point where he's had a cajillion nominations and should have won. So if they give it to him, it's like a, oops, sorry, we didn't give it to you before. If they give it to him for Odyssey, I don't know. I don't know if he's there.
By the Sea that Casey was in, and that all happened.
Here's, you know what's interesting? I think Matt Damon is great, but Matt Damon has never struck me as an actor who is owed the recognition for his work. Like Leo's a better actor than Matt Damon. Leo has much more range. IMO. He isn't overdue for acting yet with only 3 noms, and he already has a win. Yes, like he does have an Academy Award, but it is for screenwriting.
Because I saw this about 27 years ago and was like, that it's just a beautiful, beautiful little movie. I've been looking forward to show it to my kids for years, and I've even called Kenny, and he's like, I don't know, I can't find it either. So, Criterion Collection. Gus's movie, Drugstore Cowboy. I've got a couple of Gus's to point out. Drugstore Cowboy, first Gus Van
Range as an actor. Leo DiCaprio, range as an actor, not range in ages of his girlfriends. Exactly.
Sant movie I ever saw. I saw it in the Harvard Square Theater, which no longer exists. Matt Dillon quite famously said to Gus that he would never talk to him again after he saw the rough cut. And that was why Gus was nervous to show us the rough cut of Good Will Hunting. It's a phenomenal movie, and Matt Dillon's amazing. And they obviously made up once the movie came out and was a wild.
I worry asking this question because it's probably not a good answer, but what happened to Matt Dillon? This is literally one of the most frequently asked questions. What happened to Matt Dillon? Okay. Oh, I get. Okay. He was in Asteroid City. What happened to Matt Dillon? I feel like there was something. It says he's still working. Yeah, I mean, it could just be how it goes a lot of the time, which is that the industry is very fickle and actors kind of will reach the height of their success. And even if they are talented and have been in amazing films, like it just doesn't really go past that. I don't know. His next role is playing Sylvester Stallone's dad in the movie about how Rocky got made. You know what? That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, maybe it was just when he got older, it just kind of the Matt Dillon, not Matt Damon, the Matt Dillon star just didn't keep rising, which is the case for most people. Like, it is rare that you have a Matt Damon who's been around for decades and whose star power only continues to rise. Like, he maintains his position in the industry.
Success. But what I'm actually looking for is my own private Idaho. River Phoenix has this amazing monologue at a campfire. And when I got to know Gus, it was the first thing I asked him. I asked him about that scene and how it came to be. And Gus
feels
told
sort
me
of
this
like Josh
incredible story
Hartnett
about River coming to work, and they had a different scene scripted. And River said, "No, I have an idea." And Gus just let him do whatever, he just trusted his actor. There's a great...
You know what? Yeah, it feels like, it does feel like Josh Brolin got the career that Matt Dillon was on the track for. Both started out, you know, young in the industry, heartthrobby, and then were in like acclaimed drama films. But Brolin, when he did No Country for Old Men, that really resurged his career. And then he did Thanos. And this is before kind of the like being in MCU is almost a meme at this point of like, uh-oh. well, okay, well, enjoy the bag. He did Thanos, and that aided his career. And he made a lot of money.
Lesson in collaboration and in trusting the people that you work with and being confident in what you can do, but believing in what they can do too. So all that being said, Where's My Own Private Idaho? Phenomenal movie. It's amazing how young he was too. Both of them. All right, one false move.
Yeah, Brolin also had his dad to guide him through Hollywood, and I think ultimately he was smarter with his picks, but also had a major resurgence from No Country. Yeah, I think better connected too.
Ben and I loved this movie when it came out, and this is what turned us on to Carl Franklin, the director. We've been a fan of his since, and it was the first time we saw Billy Bob Thornton. Billy Bob Thornton, obviously.
Old Billy Bob, who's now doing what? Insurance commercials or credit card commercials? People forget Billy Bob Thornton was legit back in the day. Yeah. Now he's doing commercials. Wow. Wireless. Yeah.
He went on to play a larger role in our lives. We both worked with him, love him. And Billy Bob wrote this, I'm pretty sure. That was why he kind of, you know, he was in the movie and he wrote it, and it was while we were trying to do Good Will Hunting. And so another one of those signals
and he's
that
doing Taylor
we might be on the right track. This one might not be surprising to anybody, No Country for Old Men. But when I worked with the Coen brothers, when I did True Grit, the accent that I was doing, I was basing it on Tommy Lee, and the monologue that ends this movie, I don't know how many times I've watched it, because I was watching it for work, but it was just, I enjoyed watching it. The final monologue that Tommy Lee has in this movie is so devastating. He is one of the great actors who has ever lived, and this movie is pretty damn near close to perfect. Oh yeah, this Double Indemnity, one of my favorite little exchanges I think ever in a movie. Barbara Stanwyck is being a little coy, and Fred McMurray says something to her that's like a little racy.
Did you see Zoe Saldana says Taylor Sheridan knows how to write women? You know, the funny thing about her is that when it comes to speaking on real important matters, she goes, oh, well, words. Oh, I think that maybe there's a lot here that, you know, it's complicated. And well, you know, you see, here's the thing. And then when it comes to speaking on things that simply don't exist, she's got a clear take on it. Zoe is the last person I'd take an opinion from. Oh, yes. No, she has proven herself to be a person who consistently has ass takes. Real ass. Real ass. I think I just saw a clip of her being asked about the merger. Her thoughts on the merger. She's like, oh, well, you know, there's a lot happening and there's things to consider. A lot of things to consider. And I think we need to consider all those things. And, you know, it's something where, yeah, there's people who feel one way and there's people who feel another way about it. And there's feelings on everywhere, a lot of feelings. And we should consider these considerations that need to be considered. So that's how I feel about it.
And she says, I wonder if I know what you're talking about. And he responds, I Wonder If You Wonder. Wonderful film. And of course, Edward G. Robinson's in it. Sex, Lies, and Videotape. That would be a good way to go through here, is find first films for directors, because there are some really good ones. That's another great first film, 12 Angry Men, Sidney Lumet. That's a hell of a way to introduce yourself to the world. This one was groundbreaking, and this one is just it's so beautifully directed and taught and acted, written, paced, everything.
I think he's a fan of Steven Soderbergh.
Brilliant. So I'm gonna close my eyes and see what the closet feeds me. Hopefully a movie I have not seen. Maîtresse, I've never seen it. Young provincial in search of adventure stumbles into the subterranean world of
She mastered the art of saying a lot while saying very little. Yeah, she should be a politician.
masochism when he is implicated in the burglary of a Paris apartment. Barbet Schroeder's Maîtresse examines the line between fantasy and reality, decadence and deprivation, and the distance one will go for love. All right, Barbet. 1976. So I guess I was 5 when this came out, and it's about S&M, so it's not a mystery why I didn't know about it. But I'll check it out.
All right, Matt Damon. You know what I got to say? I do love when actors show how much they love movies, that they are actually students of film. They are students of film. They got into this because they love film, and they deeply, deeply respect the craft of filmmaking. Zoe giving takes like...
It would be inaccurate to assume that I couldn't exactly not say that is or isn't almost partially incorrect.
So you do know where he is?
On the contrary, I'm possibly more or less not definitely rejecting the idea that in no way, with any amount of uncertainty, that I undeniably do or do not know where he should probably be. If that indeed wasn't where he isn't, even if he wasn't not where I knew he was, could mean that I wouldn't really not know where he was.
Enough! Shrek went off to bring back the next heir! Oh!
Yup. Pulled the list of Ben's picks. Let's see. Let's see. Ben versus Matt. Okay. That was Matt. Ben. Rules of the Game. Miller's Crossing. Dazed and Confused. Badlands. Traffic. Hollywood Shuffle, Train Spotting, Malcolm X, Bull Durham, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, Silence of the Lambs, Armageddon, and Elephant Man. That makes sense. That makes sense. Wait, he put his own... Oh my God, that's... Oh my God, yes. He's like, yeah, I'm a fan of my own movie. What about it? I did the commentary for the DVD. What about it? He's also in Dazed and Confused. He's like, yeah, I think my movies are great. What about it? Oh, what about it? His commentary in Armageddon is very iconic. That is true.
Excuse me, darling, are you okay? Okay, this is the Criterion Vault. It's an honor to be here. Only one of my films is in the Criterion collection. I hope one day all 97 of them
Also, somebody asked, what would my Criterion picks be? Twilight, Breaking Dawn, Part 1 and Part 2.
Be here. A lot of the rights issues that's tied up with Dino De Laurentiis. Truly an honor just to be among... Oh, my God. Can I hold this? La Strada. I remember I first watched this 68. We just had our battle in Chicago, and I watched this film with a beautiful lady. In all the films I've made, I'll never make something as beautiful as this. I worked with the assistant cameraman Antonio Vertucci. He worked on this film. He was an old timer. He was around when he was at the gas station when Mussolini. You know, he told me working on this film between takes, Fellini used to jump on a pogo stick to get his creative juices flowing. Of course, Fellini had many ways to get his creative juices flowing. You know what I mean. Sex. I can take this. Treasure this. I believe my granddaughter has a VHS player I can use to get to revisit this old film and have the memories come back to me. It's a beautiful thing. I'm grateful just to be here. I'm gonna leave with just this, but thank you, Criterion, and thank you to Federico Fellini. Sorry.
Do you know what I would do?
I'm gonna need 4 or 5 more bags. You have the Blu-ray somewhere in stock? Can you get one? Do you mind saying like a couple of words just about each film? Because I haven't seen these ones yet. I don't have these ones yet. You said I could take as many as I want. That's what you. I know you got the Kubrick box set back there. Come on. I'm gonna need all the box sets. Well, then you shouldn't have invited me, huh? Oh, this is a good day.
What I would do is I would bring DVDs in that are not in Criterion Collection, even though they should be. And I would be in the closet. And I'd be like, oh my God, a classic. This movie changed my life and made me want to be a writer and an actor, just to be a part of the magic of making movies. And that movie is Sharknado. That's right. Sharknado. I can't believe there's even a copy left in the closet. I would have thought that they would have all been taken. And the Criterion people would be like, where did that come from? How did that end up in the closet? How did that end up there? And I'd be like, oh God, I can't believe here it is right next to Girls Get It Done, Burlesque. Oh my God. I cannot believe, man, this is taking me back. This is taking me back. This movie made me a feminist. Picks Deep Impact. It's all copies of Morbius.
Hey, I'm Jack Quaid. I'm in a new movie called Companion in theaters now, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm in the Criterion closet. I've seen so many of these, so this is really, really cool.
This isn't the Criterion closet, Jack.
What?
You're in the movie cabinet.
The movie cabinet? That's real? All right, okay, cool. I'm not gonna fire my publicist. Yeah, Lindsay really dropped the ball, but cool, this is great. Let's see what you guys have. Sure, there are some gems here. Here's one. It's Morbius. A movie, by definition. Yeah, Criterion probably didn't get around to this one yet, but
it's a movie.
It
is a movie.
Features. Who needs them? You know, with the internet and everything. This is awesome. I guess I'm putting that in a bag.
He's so funny.
Morbin time. What is this? This is it's Madam Web. I think I caught about half of this on a plane, and then we landed.
What's this? It's Madam Web.
From what I can remember, there's like she goes to the Amazon and there's like spider people. Spider-Man's in there somewhere. Oh, he's not. Okay, that's great. Going in the bag. Sorry, I don't know how bags work. No, I know how bags work. That's fine. Okay, this one's blank. No, it isn't. It's Kraven the Hunter. Bootleg special. Collector's item, technically. Lucky me.
Special.
That's great. Oh, in the back they've written totally illegal. I don't know what this is. Cool. Are these all Sony Spider-Verse movie? Yep, they are. I don't even own a DVD player. Where the f am I here? Okay, yes. We got a non-Morbius film here. This is great. A Star is Born. I'm so happy. It's a really good movie. Fun fact, I actually auditioned for this. My singing's not great. In the shallow.
So I can look at you again.
She got it, obviously. She's Lady Gaga. But cool. This is awesome. I'm a little sad looking at it because this could have been really fun to do with Mr. Cooper, but you know.
Mr. Cooper.
Going to the bag. Shala. What else? Okay, all right, this is Green Book, another non-Morbius film. I auditioned for this too. I came up with the whole putting the whole pizza in my mouth thing that Viggo does. Obviously, he did it better. You know, can't complain. He did great. You know, I've been doing that my whole life, just whole pizza in mouth. I can do it. Do we have food? I'm fucking starving. No. We don't have, no? Can we just get like a Starbucks, like a little sandwich or something? No. I'm really hungry.
Not
Sorry.
Green Book.
Keep going, hold on. Okay, in the bag. Water? Does anyone have any water? Why doesn't this bag work? Yep, Black Swan. I like to have fun in auditions sometimes. They did not find the swan costume funny in the room. Thank you, thanks for this. These are great memories. What else? Girl with the dragon tattoo, didn't get the part, did get the tattoo. Okay, are all these just things I didn't get? Is that what you're doing? Are you f***ing with me? Didn't get that one, didn't get that one. I really didn't get that one. Oh, you're f***ing with me, right? Look at me! F***ing look at me! Oh my God, yes, yes! Okay, I was in this. I was an Oppenboner? The porn parody of Oppenheimer that I also auditioned for and didn't get? Okay, all right. Roma.
One of my favorite Nepo kids,
Black
too.
and white, gorgeous cinematography. This is actually a legitimately good, it's Morbius. Am I safe? What is this? Sorry, give me a second.
They're all Morbius.
Morbius, Dr. Michael Morbius. Morbius! And I've done my research about this. Okay, so at the end, Michael Keaton comes through the purple rift, and Jared Leto and him are talking. Oh, Dr. Michael Morbius. Shantae. Oh, Dr. Michael Morbius. It's me. Vulture.
This is what hell
Why were
is.
they in the same scene? And why did it look like they weren't in the same scene together? What happened? How'd they make it look that way? Am I in f***ing hell? Okay, if all of it, hey, stick with me here. All right, right? If all of this is Morbius, am I Morbius? You have to tell me, am I Morbius? Am I f***ing Morbius? I know I'm Morbius, okay? I know I'm Morbius. I don't want to be.
Are we all Morbius?
Let me out! Anyway, this was a lot of fun, guys. I'm fine. Thank you so much for having me in the movie cabinet. I'm Dr. Michael Morbius, and I'll see you next time. Morbius.
I cannot. The films. Morbius. I will never get over that Sony released Morbius. Well, I guess I could just stop there. I will never get over that Sony released Morbius. I will never get over Sony released Morbius. It was a fucking flop. It was a fucking disaster. But everyone memed the hell out of it. And Sony went, oh my God, they love Morbius. The people want Morbin time. They want it. We're going to re-release it. And then it flopped again. It flopped twice. Flopped is even a nice way of describing the disaster that movie was. I'm surprised. Yeah, they want more BS. They want more BS. They want more. I'm surprised they didn't even release it a third time. They're like, hold on. Third time is the charm. Third time is when it's actually gonna happen. Actually. Okay, here's the funniest part of Kraven the Hunter. Isn't this Andrew Taylor Johnson or Aaron Taylor Johnson as Kraven the Hunter?
The Kravinoff hit failed. All of our guys are dead.
I'm sorry, what?
The Kravinoff hit failed. All of our guys are dead.
What is that? What is that? What is happening? What is
The Kravenov hit failed. All of our guys are dead.
Why is that happening? So in the movie, he morbs. Okay. In the movie, he morbs. That makes sense. It sounds like a duck choking. Yeah, it sounds like when I accidentally swallow my own spit. Sony CGI'd a mouth and blinking eyes.
Look at what you became. Look at what you became. Look at what you became.
What happened with this movie? What happened? What happened with Craven the Hunter?
Look at what you became.
What was the budget for this movie? $5. Also, yeah, Ariana DeBose. Well, maybe shouldn't have been. Maybe it shouldn't have been a piece of shit. People would be supporting her. Be like, come on, Queen, you deserve better than this. And instead, we're like, no, that's what you deserve. That's what you deserve. Apparently, the actor didn't make any sound, and someone decided to VAR that in. So, what is Craven? Who is Craven? Why is Craven? Where is Craven? When will you Craven? Will you Craven? What is there's concepts of a Craven. There's concepts. Craven D's nuts. Yeah. He's a Spider-Man villain. Okay. Okay. Well. To be or not to be Craven. Will you watch Craven? When does the Spider-Man movie come out? Spider-Man 4. Is that coming out this weekend? Brand new day. Is coming out. Oh, tonight. It came out today. Box office record was $72 million in previews. Whoa. Why? Why are people so excited for this movie? It beat Avengers Endgame. That is crazy. Is there, okay, I don't mean that like snarky. To be clear, I don't mean that snarky. I genuinely am wondering why Spider-Man Brand New Day is so was so anticipated and how it's already broken records. Because Spider-Man movies are the only consistently good Marvel movies anymore. I guess it's the popularity of Spider-Man. Kind of like Batman, people grown up with him since the cartoons will show up no matter. Okay. That makes sense. Like, no matter the quality, Spider-Man is so popular as a character. And it's the MCU Spider-Man finally going into the mainline Spider-Man story. Okay, I gotcha. Spider-Man is the best, and I use my points to highlight this message. Spider-Man rules. The pizza of movies. So even if it's not great, it's still Spider-Man. Why? What? I guess I'm curious, like, why Spider-Man is so historically popular. Like, is it because of Peter Parker? Is it because of the superhero skills he has? That he's a spider, he's a human spider, that he is one of the younger, I guess, superheroes canonically. He was like the first nerd superhero. Working class. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Teenager, working class, spider. This movie is going to make so much money. So much money. It's going to exceed expectations. And the expectations were already a lot of money. He was probably the most anticipated, but fans had to wait years for him to appear in the MCU. See, I think that's maybe what I didn't understand. So like the first Tom Holland Spider-Man movie is after Tom Holland as Spider-Man appeared in Avengers, right? So like it's not the origin story. The first Tom Holland Spider-Man is he has met Tony Stark because of Civil War, and then it gets into his universe, but it's separate from MCU. And so this is the first one. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just watch the trailer. Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Hi, my name is Peter Parker. I have something to tell you that's gonna sound crazy. But it's the truth.
You're the Spider-Man.
Can't tell anybody about this. You gotta keep it a secret.
Okay.
Thank you. Everybody good?
Yeah, Spider-Man!
We used to know each other. We were together. But something bad was gonna happen. Me. And the only way to stop it was to do the hard thing. You're gonna forget who I am.
What?
What are you talking
Oh, wait, I forget in this Spider-Man universe, he is not with Mary Jane because Zendaya does not play Mary Jane. Spider-Man. She plays, wait, she does? No, okay, I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna come find you, and I'll explain everything.
You're better. I love just wait and tell me when you see me again.
My name is Peter Parker, and I would like a coffee.
Okay, she's not Mary Jane, but she is MJ. All right, Michelle Jones. Her name is different, but she's MJ. Maybe that's why I always thought, oh, they changed things up, that it's not Mary Jane.
Is there anything else?
Maybe I'll never read this to you. No. Maybe I'm just writing this for me.
And is this because of the multiverse? So there are Spider-Mans. They're like, okay, Tom Holland's Spider-Man exists in the same... It's not that it's a reboot. It's that you have Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man in that universe. You have what's his name? The other one. There, and then Tom Holland's Spider-Man in this universe. Andrew Garfield. Yes, Andrew Garfield. So they still exist. They still exist, but those are parallel or like alternate universes. And then this is this current universe.
And maybe that's my responsibility, to live alone with the truth. Because I'm not just Peter Parker. I'm Spider-Man.
We're faced with a threat that can be anyone.
You sure you want to do this, Scorpion?
You think I'm Scorpion?
He made a wish that Doctor Strange irresponsibly fulfilled that made all the universes start crashing together, and to fix it, he basically had to reboot his own existence in this universe, hence no one now knowing him.
Dr. Banner?
No Banner. Only Hulk.
Okay, this is what is so confusing. Mark Ruffalo has not been a part of the press, but he is playing Hulk in the Spider-Man movie. Like, he's fully in the movie, but he has not been on the press tour. Why?
I'm sorry, but you're in danger. What? I promised you that I would keep you safe. Please, you just have to trust me. Come on.
Fine.
You're the only one who can...
And I say why rhetorically. I believe it has to do with what Mark Ruffalo tends to say on a red carpet during press when he talks about Palestine.
Sense it.
And I know he's shooting other things. I'm not saying that Mark Ruffalo is not busy working. Everyone's saying he's only in it for 5 minutes as if Lupita Nyong'o didn't do a bunch of press for the Odyssey. Yeah, I don't buy that.
Hey, can we do this one at a time, please?
You're the
He's
only
in
one
the
who can
trailer.
defeat it.
The Spidey Tracker app says that Spider-Man is in the direct vicinity.
Oh, yeah? No way, that's crazy.
Things to know before watching this Spider-Man movie.
The story of Spider-Man in the Marvel Cinematic Universe begins in Captain America: Civil War, when former allies Tony Stark, aka Iron Man, and Steve Rogers, aka Captain America, come at odds. They're forced to recruit allies to join them in battle. And that's when Tony learns of Peter Parker, a high school student and tech whiz who has been bitten by a radioactive spider, granting him superpowers. Peter idolizes Tony.
I'm sorry, I just cannot believe how much money they have spent on RDJ returning in Doomsday, and then Chris Evans' whole like, I'm done with Marvel, I'm leaving. Now he's old Cap or he's old Steve Rogers. No, I don't think I will. And then he's back too.
And gladly joins him in the fight.
Come on, you've been gone for 5 seconds.
In the end, Tony and Steve set aside their differences to unite once again, while Peter is gifted state-of-the-art Stark Industries designed Spider-Man equipment to aid in his solo adventures. In Spider-Man Homecoming, Peter Parker is still on a high from his experience with the Avengers. At home, Peter lives with his doting Aunt May, while at school, he and his best friend Ned are subjected to the ridicule of school bully Flash Thompson. Tony, recognizing Peter is still just a kid, insists that he should focus on high school and leave the superheroics to the adults. This superhero teenager balance is one Peter constantly struggles with as he disobeys Tony to continue crime fighting. Eventually, this puts him at odds with Adrian Toomes, aka the Vulture. Vulture and his gang used Chitauri technology from the Battle of New York in the original Avengers film to build super weapons to sell to shady buyers. In Peter's mission, he manages to take down members of Vulture's team, including the Shocker and the Tinkerer, and one of their villainous weapons buyers,
Michael Keaton, who's also in Morbius,
aka the Scorpion. Along the way, Peter also encounters Aaron Davis, a well-intentioned man trying to buy weapons to ensure they stay out of the hands of criminals, which could put his young nephew Miles Morales in danger. As Peter continues
Miles Morales is Childish Gambino's nephew. And that, okay, whatever.
You try to take down Adrian, Tony Stark eventually steps in and takes back his Spider-Man suit in an effort to protect Peter from his reckless actions. And so Peter goes back to his normal high school life and asks his crush Liz to the homecoming dance. On the way there, Peter is shocked to discover that Liz's father is none other than Adrian Toomes. Peter and Adrian quickly deduce each other's alter egos, and despite Adrian's threats and Tony's multiple prior warnings, Peter continues his efforts to thwart the Vulture. This all culminates in a battle near Coney Island between Vulture and Peter wearing a makeshift Spider-Man suit. Peter ultimately defeats Adrian and spares his life, resulting in Adrian's arrest and his family moving away in shame. And in a post-credits scene, a vengeful Mac Gargan confronts Adrian Toomes, demanding to know Spider-Man's secret identity, though Adrian refuses to tell him. Peter's story continues in Avengers Infinity War, where he accompanies Tony Stark and
I thought Michael Keaton died in Spider-Man, but I guess not.
Members of the Avengers into space in an attempt to defeat the villainous threat, Thanos. Unfortunately, Thanos defeats the Avengers and uses his newly—
Does anybody ever really die? Does anybody ever really die?
collected Infinity Stones to kill off half of the entire universe's population,
except for Uncle
including
Ben.
Peter Parker with the snap of a finger. Fortunately, in Avengers Endgame, the surviving Avengers, including the powerfully strong and incredibly intelligent Bruce Banner, aka the Hulk, successfully reversed the snap, bringing back all of their lost friends to engage in a final battle to defeat Thanos. In the end, Tony Stark chooses to sacrifice his own life to defeat Thanos and save the world, leaving Peter devastated by the loss of his mentor. In Spider-Man Far From Home, Peter is—
Okay, but Iron Man dies. Kind of. Yes? Okay. Scarlett Johansson's Black Widow because she sued Disney and won.
still mourning the death of Tony
Jeremy
Stark,
Renner did
while
almost
also
die.
dealing with normal high school problems. He's developed a crush on his friend MJ. His best friend Ned is preoccupied with his new girlfriend Betty. He's still being bullied by Flash Thompson, and his Aunt May has entered into a new relationship with Tony Stark's best friend Happy. On a class trip to Italy, Peter and his classmates are attacked by a powerful and mysterious water elemental, which is defeated by Quentin Beck, aka Mysterio.
Jake
Mysterio
Gyllenhaal.
explains that he's a superhero from an alternate reality in the multiverse, whose family was killed by elementals and is now in Peter's reality to save it from a similar fate. Mysterio is being assisted by S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury, who gives Peter the late Tony Stark's glasses, which allows him to control the artificial intelligence Edith and command an orbital weapon supply. Peter, longing for a normal life, turns down the offer to join Mysterio, gives him Stark's glasses, and returns to his classmates.
He's like, these look better on me.
Unbeknownst to Peter, Quentin Beck is actually just a vengeful ex-Stark Industries employee working with a team of others who have been similarly spurned by Tony Stark. They use advanced holographic technology and projectors to create the illusion of the elementals and Mysterio's powers to
Man,
trick
there are many disgruntled Stark employees
into believing that Quentin Beck is an Avengers-level superhero from another dimension. And now they have full control of Stark's powerful array of orbital weapons. Meanwhile, MJ discovers that her friend Peter is actually Spider-Man, and together they uncover the truth about Quentin Beck. When Peter confronts Beck, the imposter refuses to back down, and instead plots to kill Peter and his friends to prevent his secret from being exposed. And so, Spider-Man is forced to fight Mysterio, which results in Beck accidentally being shot and killed by one of the Stark drones. In the end, Peter returns home with his classmates and finally begins a relationship with MJ. Unfortunately, as Peter swings MJ through the city on their first date, the pair are interrupted by a news report from J. Jonah Jameson, who broadcasts footage that the late Beck had doctored to make it appear—
Wait, so they have J.K. Simmons in this universe as well? Because I remember J.K. Simmons and Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. He's playing a different take on J. Jonah. Okay. Yes, but he's bald. Okay. He's JJ, but he's bald.
Here that Mysterio was in fact an innocent hero
He's
who the
kinda Alex
villainous
Jones.
Spider-Man had intentionally murdered. And to make matters worse, the late Beck ends his message by revealing to the entire world that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. The story continues in Spider-Man No Way Home. Peter Parker is arrested for the murder of Quentin Beck alongside MJ, Ned, and Aunt May as his supposed accomplices. Fortunately, the lawyer Matt Murdock, who moonlights as the vigilante hero Daredevil, manages to get all of their charges dropped. Despite this, the public has turned their back on Spider-Man, leading to Peter, MJ, and Ned all
Daredevil
having their college
is the
applications
blind guy.
denied. Desperate for his life to return to normal, Peter seeks out the help of sorcerer and avenger Dr. Strange. As Strange casts a spell to make the world forget that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, Peter interrupts to request that his loved ones
Benedict
retain their
Cucumber.
memories. This accidentally corrupts the spell, resulting in villains from other universes who know Spider-Man's identity, including Doc Ock, Green Goblin, Sandman, the Lizard,
Wait,
and Electro
shit! They have Willem Dafoe back as Green Goblin?
to be summoned into this world. While Doctor Strange works to contain the corrupted spell, Peter discovers that all of the villains were transported to his world moments before their death.
Yeah, and then he's like, you know what? My son actually sucks. So that's what I got to say on that. The things that I have come to learn as something of a scientist myself is that my son sucks
in their original world, and so he becomes determined to cure and reform them all to save them from their fates. As the villains agree
My
to
son,
help Peter and
James
Strange
Franco.
to reverse the spell and return to their homes, Norman Osborn becomes compelled by his villainous Green Goblin persona
Oh,
to
no,
fight
not
back.
again.
Poisoning the other villains against Peter, the gang all band together to escape their fates. Amidst this betrayal, Osborn kills Aunt May, devastating Peter and leading him to believe that the villains are not worth saving. While trying to find and help Peter, MJ and Ned use a magical sling ring stolen from Dr. Strange to try to teleport to their friend. Instead, they accidentally summon two separate alternate versions of Peter Parker, dubbed Peter 2 and
Uncle
Peter
May!
3. Peter 2 recounts his grief and anger following the death of his Uncle Ben, while Peter 3 recounts his sorrow following his inability to save his girlfriend Gwen Stacy, helping Peter to let go of his anger and honor his Aunt May. In a final battle, Doctor Strange, MJ, Ned, and the three Spider-Men band together in the hopes of curing the villains and sending them home safely to their original worlds. Amidst the chaos, Osborn unleashes the corrupted spell
Fan
once
service,
again,
the motion
threatening to
picture.
break down the barrier between all of the universes. The heroes manage to successfully cure all of the villains except for Osborn, while Peter 3 manages to save MJ from falling to her death, allowing him to finally move past his trauma from failing to save his lover Gwen. As Strange struggles to prevent the multiverse from collapsing, Peter 2 and 3 help Peter overcome his
trauma
anger
healed.
to spare Osborn's life and inject him with the cure for his Green Goblin villainy. In the end, Peter realizes that the only way to save the multiverse
Did you
is
play
to
the
have
Spider-Man
Strange
game?
erase
No.
him from everyone's memories. And so, as Strange casts the spell to save the multiverse and return everyone to their proper worlds, Peter bids an emotional goodbye to MJ and Ned, who then forget he ever existed. As MJ and Ned head off to college, the lonely Peter becomes inspired to honor his Aunt May, crafting a new suit to continue his adventures as the heroic Spider-Man. And that's everything you need to know about Spider-Man's story in the MCU so far before watching Brand New Day. And if you want to catch up on everything Frank Castle, aka the Punisher, got up to before he crosses paths with Spider-Man, check out my recap of the entire Punisher TV series right here.
You're telling me they can do all that, but they can't make a Blade movie? Yeah. As far as Punisher, let's nod and say we did. Let's nod and say we did. Okay, so now it's a brand new day. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. Nobody remembers old Petey, but they will. They will. Which Peter did you like the best based on all this context? I don't know if all of them. All of them. Equally. Did you see Brand New Day? It's made like 160. Yes, this is what started the conversation. I said, why are people so excited for this? Like, why is this already breaking records? Why, with all like the Marvel flops, is Spider-Man Brand New Day set to make hella money? And then it kind of turned into more of a like, why is Spider-Man so historically popular? Maintains popularity. Because he's Spider-Man. Because he's the Spidey. Have you seen the Garfield Spider-Man movies? I have not. I have seen the Tobey Maguire ones. There's 3, right? The first one, which is Sam Raimi. So I've seen the 3 Tobey Maguire ones. I haven't seen in a long time. But then I saw, and then I think I remember seeing the first Tom Holland one. Have you seen Into the Spider-Verse or Across the Spider-Verse? I'm going to reveal something. No. Which I felt inclined to see. I felt inclined to see Into the Spider-Verse because it had been nominated. And I was like, oh, I should probably watch that. But I never did. I know. That's one of those where I'm like, yeah, I never saw that. And I probably should. They both won the Oscar. Yeah, I know. And I have not seen them. I have seen Avengers. That was when I think Movie Pass was a thing. Remember Movie Pass? When it was $7 and you could see all the movies you wanted. In my opinion, the Miles Morales animated films are better than MCU Spider-Man films. Yes, I would totally be down to watch Into the Spider-Verse. Like, not being a person who has historically been has God, I love that final throwing of the fist in the air. Hey, what? Rogers the Musical at Disney California Park at the Disneyland Resort. First public showing ever, shot in 4K. Rogers the Musical is a Broadway style show. Okay, so they did this. They did.
Now that I can see, it seems that you agree. I want you doesn't actually mean me.
Years?
Hey, Tony!
Okay. All right. They did for one. They did for one summer. There was an actual. You guys keep saying there was an actual Broadway show, but there was an actual Broadway show. Oh, you're talking about Spider-Man? Yes. I know about the disaster that was Spider-Man on Broadway. Okay, Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark was a massive disaster on Broadway, and the show cost a shit ton of money. They lost a shit ton of money. It was a mess. It was a mess. A record-breaking mess. People kept getting hurt. There were very dangerous stunts. You see at the beginning of this. Like, look at the flying around. Here's the coverage of the accidents. Okay, here, I'll show people a little bit. Like, the debacle is legendary. I mean, it looks cool.
And every heart that bleeds will color your world red.
It was very ambitious.
And the sorrow in the night will be the blue you cannot shed. But your strength will
Music
be a
was
vision
not
beyond
great.
visibility. And the gift I've woven for you will give you new eyes to see.
A very cool production design. This is Madam Web. Yep.
Swing through the skies above, and you shall rise.
It's not Madam Web. Okay, here's coverage of the accidents that happened on.
It is the most expensive musical in Broadway history, and for it,
Spider-Man.
You know, on Broadway, no
set.
show in history has had so many accidents, cost so much.
It hasn't even opened yet, but there has been another accident for the most expensive Broadway musical ever. A stuntman in Spider-Man Turn Off.
So what the hell happened?
Hello, welcome to Comic Tropes. I'm your host, Chris. Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark was a big-budget Broadway musical that ran from the end of 2010 through the beginning of 2014. I was lucky enough to see it, And I will say that it had some catchy songs, some amazing stunt work, and a fun romantic take on the Spider-Man story. But behind the scenes, it was a troubled production. Personality clashes, huge budget expenditures, a lot of injuries. This show was doomed before it began. Today, we're going to talk about its history. Before I go too far, this episode is sponsored by me. Please.
This was a Julie Taymor directed production, and Julie Taymor is most famous for having done the stage adaptation of The Lion King. And so they went, oh, surely this will be as big of a hit as Lion King continues to be till today. And it was not.
Consider taking a look.
She has had Julie Taymor. Julie Taymor probably is one of the few, if not the person, that inhabits this category of one of the most successful shows on Broadway, one of the longest running shows, very successful, tons of money, and one of the biggest disasters, like Titanic.
Look in the description below. There is a link to my Vampirella cover. That is available for just a few more days. That is a project I'm doing with Dynamite Comics. Hope you'll consider it. And without any further ado, let's talk about Spider-Man: Turn Off the Dark. Spider-Man was not the first comic to be turned into a Broadway musical, and not the last. Some of the more impressive examples include Annie and Fun Home. A superhero musical on paper sounds like it could translate pretty well to theater. They both feature larger-than-life characters, and while superheroes tend to resolve conflicts with big fights, in musicals, the characters just get so emotional they can't help but sing. It could translate, but rarely has done so well. In 1966, DC Comics licensed Superman for the musical It's a Bird, It's a Plane, It's Superman, which shut down just 3.5 months after opening. But now, let's jump ahead to the early 2000s. Spider-Man and its sequel, both from director Sam Raimi, had proven incredibly successful at the box office. Less than a decade earlier, Marvel Comics had sold off most of its movie rights to save itself from bankruptcy. Following this movie success, Marvel had interest in licensing the character to tell a similar story, but as a live performance to New York's hungry audience for musical theater. In August of 2002, Marvel approached film producer Tony Adams to develop Spider-Man into a Broadway musical. Adams was best known for producing director Blake Edwards' Pink Panther movies and Edwards' movie Victor Victoria. Adams then adapted Victor Victoria into a hit Broadway musical. Adams leapt at the chance and first signed filmmaker Neil Jordan to script the musical. The following month, he flew to Ireland to talk to U2 band members Bono and The Edge. They agreed to write the music and lyrics. That Christmas, Adams bumped into theatrical director Julie Taymor and approached her to direct the musical. Taymor had achieved massive success with the Broadway adaptation of The Lion King, which went on to become the most successful Broadway show of all time, earning over
Before it said one of the most successful Broadway show. And I think Spider-Man might also be the biggest financial loss on Broadway. Let me see. Is Spider-Man... Yes. Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark is considered to be the biggest financial flop. That means that Julie Taymor had directed both the most successful Broadway show and the biggest Broadway flop, and it's called Range, baby.
$1.8 billion
Get you a woman that
as of
can
this
do
year.
both.
U2 had touring and album obligations that would slow things down, but everyone gathered at The Edge's apartment in October of 2005 to sign contracts. While The Edge went to grab a pen, Tony Adams suffered a massive stroke and passed away. The man who would oversee everything was suddenly gone, and his responsibilities fell to his business partner and protege, a man named David Garfinkel. Garfinkel had little experience producing and allowed Tamor to run the show the way she saw fit. The Lion King production had Disney telling her no when she went too far from the subject matter, but no one was doing that for Spider-Man. You might be asking, wasn't there anyone from Marvel Comics involved in this production to make sure that it felt authentic to Spider-Man? And the answer is, not really. In 1996, Marvel was bought by Toy Biz. It helped bring it out of its...
Not all massive film or other pop culture IP translates to Broadway, and not all successful Broadway IP transfers... I cannot speak. Not all successful Broadway IP transfers successfully to film.
Bankruptcy. The CEO of Toy Biz was a man named Avi Arad. He became Marvel's chief creative officer, and he also produced a lot of Marvel's early films. By 2006, he was kind of tired of that role, and he stepped down, so he was not involved anymore. A lot of the responsibilities just fell to David Garfinkel, who did not have much production experience. And the contract that Marvel had signed with Garfinkel specifically was to adapt the stories from Ultimate Spider-Man issues 1 through 7, as well as Amazing Fantasy number 15. Ultimate Spider-Man was a reboot of Spider-Man that debuted in 2000 from writer Brian Michael Bendis and artist Mark Bagley. And just recently, Bendis revealed that Avi Arad had approached Bendis to work on the musical's book,
the actual
script that tells the story
Avi
between
Arad.
the musical numbers. He's releasing that story on his Substack newsletter Jinx World and explaining his brief involvement. While we don't know his full story as of the time of this episode, we do know that Arad suggested Bendis' involvement after Julie Taymor refused to work with writer Neil Jordan, who had won an Oscar for his film The Crying Game. Instead, Taymor brought on writer Glenn Berger to assist her. Before I go too far into discussing the musical itself, I need to credit the
Phantom of the Opera. I mean, to be fair, the Phantom of the Opera film adaptation that starred Gerard Butler and Emmy Rossum did make money. It made at least double its budget.
YouTube channel Turn Off the Dark Archives. Since there is no official video release of this musical, this channel has worked hard to put together bootleg recordings and promotional material.
We don't
Fortunately,
talk about the Phantom
I saw
movie.
the musical, so I got to appreciate the songs and stunt work up close. But even with that said, the musical went through some changes, and Turn Off the Dark Archives helped me to see the differences. The production itself ramped up, but slowly, as you two were busy touring, and Garfinkel worked to secure the location and crew needed to fulfill the stunt work and its rigging. In June of 2009, the show hired Hollywood actress Evan Rachel Wood to play Spider-Man's love interest, Mary Jane Watson, and actor Alan Cumming to play the Green Goblin. But delays led to both of them exiting their roles before the show began. Ultimately, Turn Off the Dark hired up-and-comer Reeve Carney as Peter Parker's Spider-Man, and Broadway veteran Patrick Page as Norman Osborn, Green Goblin. One of the biggest problems with the musical was the script by Julie Taymor. Taymor and Berger put together a treatment by July of 2004 called
Alan Cumming would have saved Spider-Man.
Caught, which told a story about an ancient goddess named Arachne, not the superhero Arachne, just to be clear, who chooses to turn Peter Parker into Spider-Man and then wants to marry and consume him. Marvel got the final draft by July of 2005 and rejected it completely. They replied in writing stating that it was, quote, wholly unsatisfactory and, quote, contrary to the spirit and letter of the agreement. The concept is entirely wrong, and the tone of the treatment, which is quite dark, is not what Marvel anticipated receiving at all, end quote. Marvel added detail to their complaints, writing, quote, the Arachne myth has no place in the Spider-Man legend, despite being recounted by Norman Osborn in one of the Ultimate Spider-Man comic books. we feel the inclusion of Arachne as a motivator and companion to Peter Parker and consequently Spider-Man is unnecessary. Indeed, it detracts from the ability to tell a story through Peter Parker's eyes, end quote. Marvel objected to the darkness and sexuality of Tamor's story, specifically objecting to scenes where Peter Parker's boss's head is bitten off by a villain, the death of Aunt May on stage, and the implied attempt—
Which, I'm sorry, that is so absurd considering we just watched that little Spider-Man recap video, and I know Aunt May.
Attempted rape of Spider-Man by Arachne. Tamor insisted Marvel wait until they see the story on stage before they made any changes, and Marvel relented. Marvel should have put their foot down by now because the story is really just weird. The first act alone introduces Spider-Man's origin, Green Goblin's origin, and has Spider-Man defeat Green Goblin before the act ends. And then the second act is all about Arachne going after Spider-Man. Basically, Julie Taymor wanted to do a story where superheroes are the modern versions of ancient Greek myths, and she wasn't subtle about it. Now, that may have worked with some superheroes, maybe some DC characters. It really didn't suit Spider-Man. One aspect of Taymor's story that never went over well with Marvel, and eventually audiences, was the so-called geek chorus. It was for nerds talking about Spider-Man and telling his story, removing the characters even further from the audience. The geek chorus would interrupt and rewrite scenes.
He's talking about y'all. Geek chorus, more like my Twitch chat.
Which made it feel like we were watching fan fiction instead of an actual story. And because Arachne was guiding the fate of Peter
says the noxious theater kid
Parker, it never felt like Spider-Man was proactive enough. He ends Act 1 declaring that he is Spider-Man, but begins Act 2 giving up his responsibilities to pursue a relationship with Mary Jane. Was this cast and crew the best group for adapting Spider-Man? Bono and The Edge had never worked in musicals before, but had a lot of success as musicians. Taymor had directed the most successful Broadway play ever, and some of the crew was amazing. Having seen the musical, I can tell you that the sets by George Sipin were innovative and exciting. They were epic. They would feature everything from a massive set for Oscorp to movable walls for stunts, projected imagery for the city or to represent villains, and movable skyscrapers. The stunt work had problems which we'll address, but when it worked, it was incredible. Spider-Man and Green Goblin would fly over your heads, battling each other and making everything feel close and personal. Sam Raimi's Spider-Man movies worked because he...
Yeah, look, the visuals are awesome. The production is awesome, but what an overly ambitious project. Sometimes there are limits to ambition. Sometimes there need to be limits.
Grew up a fan of the material. The technology to pull off the stunts was there. But who on the musical was there to make sure Spider-Man felt
then it becomes
authentic?
A shit show.
No one, really. Also, it unfortunately cost a literal fortune. Taymor's play called for a lot of wire work to pull off the stunts, and one of the earliest mistakes by producer David Garfinkel was probably to rent out the Foxwoods Theater, one of the biggest and oldest theaters on Broadway. Sure, as the biggest theater, it could sell a lot of seats, just shy of 2,000, but it wasn't built with the rigging needed to pull off wire stunts. Worse, when the production had to remove parts of the theater to build the underlying mechanics, they had to carefully preserve everything because it was designated by the city as historically significant. The production began renting the Foxwoods for 2 years before they actually started selling tickets due to various delays. That alone cost $4 million. The flying equipment, similar to what professional football games use to move the cameras across the field, cost over $2 million. Sets and costumes ran nearly $10 million. These huge costs also led to some of the delays because the producers had to put things on pause and raise more money from investors several times. By the time the musical launched in 2011, it was reported to cost $75 million. As a point of comparison,
the most expensive musical
Broadway
of all
shows
time.
cost between $5 to $15 million. Tamor originally had Arachne cast a massive web that ran the length of the theater and cost over $1 million alone. But it kept not deploying correctly and worse, snagging onto other wire work, so it did get cut. Turn off the...
Honestly, okay, so this was and still is the most expensive Broadway musical in history. Absolutely absurd. Peak of mega musical. Peak mega musical, yes. But this has been a growing issue with Broadway and why Broadway has been struggling. Musicals have become way more expensive than they used to be. They have now jumped up like double what budgets used to be like a decade ago. And so the tickets are so expensive because the shows are so expensive.
Dark cost over $1 million in weekly expenses just for the rigging alone.
Oh my God.
And overall show costs went up when the show was no longer able to get accident insurance because of all the injuries to the cast. Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark became the most expensive Broadway show of all time, by far. The second closest is King Kong at $35 million, and then Shrek, which cost $25 million. Not even close to the $75 million we're talking about. Analysts predicted that the show would need to sell out for 5 years straight just to break even. That was never going to happen. Behind the scenes, Bono and The Edge, Tamor, and Marvel were pointing fingers. Marvel demanded changes to the script, but Tamor refused to budge.
It will be interesting if there's a parallel to what happens with Doomsday. Now, Doomsday is one of the most expensive films of all time. If you account for inflation, it's not the most expensive, like Spider-Man was the most expensive musical by far. But if Doomsday, being one of the most expensive films to ever be made, does not make what it needs to make, which I think right now is like $1.4 billion, and he's made more than Endgame did, it will be a disaster. Like, this will be another disaster for Marvel.
By the time it ended, investors had lost
It's not
over
Doomsday, it's Doomsday. No,
$60 million. But the show did eventually launch, and to be fair, it did briefly hold the box office record for 1 week, taking in over $2.9 million in June.
Does anyone really want to see superhero movies anymore? Spider-Man! That's how we started off this conversation. Yes, they do. They want to see Spider-Man.
January of 2012. It was beaten by Wicked later that year, but Turn Off the Dark still holds the record for the most preview performances. A preview performance is when the show opens to the general public selling tickets, but with the understanding that the story, some songs, other elements may change. It's still exciting for the average theater goer because they get to see what changes get made and they get bragging rights that they saw it first. Now, the average preview performance period is between 2 to 5 weeks. Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark holds the record for the most preview showings with over 182 previews and over 6 months of them. During this period, it's not supposed to be officially reviewed by the press, but because it went so long, of course they did, and it got some...
That was that was the iceberg. That was seeing the iceberg and going, oh, fuck, oh, shit. Because having an unprecedented preview period was not good. And it kept being plagued with issues, with delays, all these problems.
Pretty terrible reviews, which basically added to its reputation. The preview performances began on November 10th, 2010, and the official opening took place on June 14th of 2011. Beyond the issues between Tamor's story and what Marvel wanted, the stunt work had problems, and that's putting it mildly. The first show had to be stopped 5 times due to technical issues, including the climax at the end of Act 1 where Spidey was just left dangling overhead and stagehands were trying desperately to grab his foot to pull him down. But that was small potatoes compared to the injuries that occurred. Before the show launched, 2 stunt performers had been injured. In October of 2010, Kevin Aubin was performing a stunt as Spider-Man where the wires essentially slingshot him across the stage, and he shattered both of his wrists while bracing for the impact. Another actor told the New York Times that he had broken a toe during the same stunt earlier that month. It prompted the New York State Department of Labor to investigate and cite the production. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, later fined Turn Off the Dark over $12,000 in March of 2011 for safety violations.
Which is like so little, especially when you compare it to the $75 million budget.
Natalie Mendoza played Arachne and was struck in the head by flying equipment on the evening of November 28th, which gave her a concussion, and she soon took a couple of weeks off to recover. On December 20th of 2010, one of the most serious injuries took place. Stunt performer Christopher Tierney was supposed to leap off a bridge to catch Mary Jane. In footage from a theatergoer shared with the Associated Press, you can see that the harness meant to hold Tierney instantly lets go. He fell over 20 feet into the orchestra pit below, suffering a skull fracture and cracked vertebrae. Fortunately, Tierney went through rehabilitation and even returned to the show on April 25th of 2011. Actress T.V. Carpio replaced Mendoza as Arachne and encountered a neck injury on the March 16th show. She left the show for 2 weeks to recover. Finally, after a long run of injury-free performances, actor Daniel Curry was injured on August 15th of 2013 when some equipment fell on his leg and foot, which resulted in him having extensive surgery. He filed a lawsuit against the producers, and OSHA fined the show. Still, if you were lucky enough to see the show on a night when everything went...
This theater shit gets serious. Yes, it is also terrifying when you are in the middle of a performance and somebody gets injured like that. And the worst thing I ever experienced, not me personally, but we were doing a production of Seussical the Musical. And during the monkeys scene, one of the monkeys, the trap door was accidentally open on stage because I can't remember. It was either the scene before it was an upcoming scene where one of the performers was supposed to jump down and there was a mattress below, thank goodness. But they were supposed to, it was like a planned stunt where they jumped down, and this door should not have been opened, and one of the performers in this scene is doing a dance, and suddenly disappears because she fell through the trapdoor. She did not realize it was open and took a step and fell through it. Luckily, there had been a mattress there, but she still did get hurt because it was not intended. Like, she had not prepared to jump down onto the mattress.
Right? The stunts were pretty incredible. What wasn't incredible was the story. The producers and Marvel knew it, but Tamor refused to make any changes. Eventually, the show brought on a new writer to revise the musical's book, Roberto Aguirre Sacasa. He had experience writing both plays and comic books and came on board on February 11th. Tamor quit in March and sued the show for conspiring to fire her.
God.
So let's talk about the story, because that is the big problem. As bad as budget overruns and injuries are, those are details that could probably be overcome if the story was excellent, which it was not.
That's the
there
guy who
are
made
two
Riverdale.
distinct versions of Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark. There's the original version by Julie Taymor and Glenn Berger, and then there is the revised version by Roberto Aguirre-Sacasa. We're going to talk about both. The original play starts with a battle between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, only to be interrupted.
Also, the only reason this show kept going is because they were so in the hole. So deep in the hole. They had to keep the show
by
going.
the geek chorus, who are narrating the story and making it up as it goes along. Gigi, the only female member, explains Spider-Man wasn't the first person to have spider powers, and she tells the story of Arachne. Arachne was the best weaver in the world, which made the goddess Athena jealous, and she caused Arachne to hang herself. Arachne is then further punished for trying to be better than the gods and turned into an immortal spider creature. Dark stuff that's not very Spider-Man related, but I will admit the dancing and weaving in this song is amazing. Then we cut to Peter Parker reporting on Arachne at school and reminding the teacher to assign them homework. The second song is called Bullying by Numbers and has Flash Thompson and his friends beating up Peter. Peter walks
honestly,
home
it deserved. Reminding the teacher to give you homework.
and talks with Mary Jane, his crush. It transitions into a song where Peter is told by his Uncle Ben to rise above the bullies, while Mary Jane deals with her abusive father. Next, we go to Oscorp, where Norman Osborn has a wife, Emily. This is a change from the comics, and there is no Harry Osborn in Turn Off the Dark. The Osborns are working to alter DNA so that people can survive climate change. Their work is interrupted by Peter, Mary Jane, Flash, and their fellow students visiting on a field.
All right, well, maybe if this show hadn't shut down after 3 years and been the biggest fucking flop on Broadway, maybe we would have the cure for climate change.
Peter talks about how female spiders put out a sex lure.
Look what we lost.
Then Norman breaks into a song about how changing DNA will save the world. It's weird, but the Osborn set and group of dancing students is exciting. Peter gets bitten by one of the experimental spiders, and then the geek chorus interrupts to talk about how awesome that is for Peter. But GG explains that it wasn't random luck. Peter was a chosen one, and the fates had decided that he would get spider powers. And I gotta interrupt here to say, I think that this fate piece really takes away from an important aspect of Spider-Man. Stan Lee always said that it could be anyone under Spider-Man's mask, and that was part of his appeal.
Yeah.
Peter Parker's everyman status really made it more impressive when he overcame the odds to defeat his enemies. Here, it's not.
Why do so many things have to be about a chosen one? Why? Why do they always have to bring the fates chose them, the chosen one? Ugh, it's so tiresome.
Possible that it would be you or I that could have the luck of getting bitten by a spider and turning into Spider-Man. No, it's fate. It was always going to be that guy, Peter Parker, nobody else. Peter wakes up the next day to realize he has powers, and he jumps around his room in the first real bit of stunt work and sings one of the songs I enjoyed a bit more than the others, Bouncing Off the Walls.
The whole "with great power comes great responsibility," which is one of the most famous comic lines, and that is from Uncle Ben saying to Peter Parker, "With great power comes great responsibility," aka when you have the ability, the strength, the means to do something, you must be responsible with that. You have a moral duty.
Peter beats up the bullies at school and decides he needs a car to impress Mary Jane. The geek chorus once again grind things to a halt, talking about how excited they are to see Spider-Man in his costume, only for Gigi to say it's unrealistic for a teenage boy to be able to sew well. We witness Peter enter a wrestling ring against Bonesaw to win some prize money. I have to admit, I did not love this part, as Bonesaw is represented by something that looks like it should have been inflated only on Halloween. But that isn't important. Peter walks home and doesn't help Flash from getting his car stolen, only for Uncle Ben to come out to help, and he gets run over. That's not as good as in the comic books, where Peter avoids stopping a thief at the wrestling hall only to find that that same man later robbed and killed Uncle Ben. That's where we get the whole "with great power there must also come great responsibility" line. While the story in the musical isn't as good, it does prompt Peter to sing what I will argue is the best song of the musical, Rise Above.
Wait, you missed the best part.
Costume, only for Gigi to say it's unrealistic for a teenage boy to be able to sew well. We witness Peter enter a wrestling ring against Bonesaw to win some prize money. I have to admit, I did not love this part, as Bonesaw is represented by something that looks like it should have been inflated only on Halloween. But that isn't important. Peter walks home and doesn't help Flash from getting his car stolen, only for Uncle Ben to come out to help, and he gets run over. That's not as good as in the comic books, where Peter avoids stopping a thief at the wrestling hall only to find that that same man later...
Why did the musical adaptation decide to take the most pivotal parts of the story, of the character, and go, you know what? We're actually not going to do that. And we're going to do something that is stupid, that is really stupid. And therefore, then there's no motivation. We got rid of the most important aspects of the story.
Robbed and killed Uncle Ben. That's where we get the whole "with great power there must also come great responsibility" line. While the story in the musical isn't as good, it does prompt Peter to sing what I will argue is the best song of the musical, Rise Above.
That is so stupid. Uncle Ben says that. Peter is like, you're not my dad. I don't want to listen to you, blah, 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 blah. Then he goes and he fights. And then he doesn't get his money because the fight guy is a bastard. And then he doesn't stop the thief. And then the thief takes Uncle Ben's car and shoots Uncle Ben. And by the time Peter shows up, it's too late. Uncle Ben is dying, and then he dies. And then that changes Peter, and he breaks bad for a moment, and then he rises to the occasion. Then he takes Uncle Ben's words and starts to live by that. With great power comes great responsibility. It is pivotal to his character journey.
It also cuts to Arachne telling Peter to rise above, but, whatever. Spider-Man then swings through the city, making his heroic debut and flying across the theater. Then we cut to the Daily Bugle newspaper, where publisher J. Jonah Jameson is mad that Spider-Man is getting attention. Peter shows up selling Spider-Man photos.
Yeah, it's not even lore, it's character mythology.
Norman reads the news.
I know that. I know how important that is.
And figures Spider-Man was created by his work. The U.S. Army shows up and pressures Norman to speed things up in his research in a musical number called Pull the Trigger. Peter and Mary Jane talk, and she reveals she has a crush on Spider-Man, and also that she wants to be an actress. Peter sings to her about their dreams coming true with the song Picture This. Back at Oscorp, Norman tries to accelerate
Uncle Ben died because he got the jab.
His research by testing it on himself, which leads to the death of his wife, which was inspired by what happened to Dr. Otto Octavius and his wife in the Spider-Man 2 movie. Norman emerges as the Green Goblin, and it's a very over-the-top outfit, but I'm okay with some of the changes for a musical. The bright green and angular shapes definitely read clearly from the middle of the auditorium. At the Daily Bugle, there's an exposition dump that the Green Goblin kidnapped a bunch of scientists and then Spider-Man saved them. We don't get to see any of this exciting stuff. Next thing you know, Green Goblin has a piano on top of the Chrysler Building and sings the song I'll Take Manhattan. Green Goblin reveals to the audience that he's drugged and kidnapped Spider-Man. He says he's like Spider-Man's father since his science gave him birth, and asks Spider-Man to join his criminal takeover of the city. Spidey rejects the offer and, you guessed it, the geek chorus stops everything. The geek chorus changes the story by saying the Green Goblin has Mary Jane as a hostage. We then
also, they completely changed the nature of the relationship between Peter Parker and Harry Osborn, because Peter is who Osborn wants Harry to be. He views Harry as a fuck up, as not a smart guy. And then he sees Peter's like, why can't you be like this fucking nerd? And then the parallels with him, with Green Goblin wanting Spider-Man, and Spider-Man in that dark moment is like, well, maybe, I don't know. But then chooses the path of morality. Like, he chooses to be a force for good, and Green Goblin is not. So that is, they're in the conflict. And Harry is Peter's best friend. Yes. What the fuck? You know what? Of course this is a fucking disaster.
A big battle with a lot of flying stunt work. The geek chorus decides that Green Goblin gets webbed to the piano, and when Green Goblin tosses it off the building in anger, he accidentally drags himself down to his death. Peter saves Mary Jane, and Arachne looms overhead. That's all in just Act 1. Act 2 starts with the geek chorus wondering where to go from there with Spider-Man's story, since they hit all the important beats of his story.
Yeah, where do you go from there?
Say, Spider-Man hasn't faced his ultimate enemy yet. They then introduce some new villains in what they call a villain fashion show to decide who should be the ultimate enemy. This is essentially the Sinister Six, although the only members from the comics are Electro and Kraven. Both look a bit different, but they're cool enough. There's also Lizard, who is a lot less interesting, as he's basically just another inflatable bobbing around. To round out the group, they have the obscure villain Swarm, a man made of bees, Carnage, without any real origin story, and Tamor's personal addition, Swiss Miss, a lady that looks like she's walking around in aluminum foil with some knives. After that, Peter shows up late to work and complains about being late to school and late to dates with Mary Jane. When he finally goes to sleep, Arachne sings the title song, Turn Off the Dark, talking about how she wants to mate with Peter. But Peter is awakened from the nightmare by a call from Mary Jane. Peter briefly interacts with the geek chorus directly here, telling them that he was just having a dream. He shows up late to Mary Jane's first acting job, apparently in a musical version of The Fly. Because they're having trouble in the relationship, Peter decides to quit being Spider-Man. He just finished Act 1 deciding to be Spider-Man, and now he's quit before he really does anything. Arachne gets a musical number here called Think Again, where she gets angry that Peter is wasting the gifts that she's given him. Peter announces his love to Mary Jane at a club, and they kiss, only to be interrupted with a blackout. Then Green Goblin begins transmitting a message.
Do you know what is baffling? Is that Julie Taymor did Lion King, the most successful show on Broadway, which is an adaptation. They did the musical based on the movie, which the animated feature film, which was incredible, and it was very successful. She didn't pull this fuck shit. And you know Disney was there every step of the way. Yes, you know Disney was there every step of the way. She didn't pull this fuck shit. And then gets to Spider-Man and is like, okay, well, I'm going to change all the important things, and I'm going to make it so much worse. So we're going to adapt Spider-Man for stage, because Spider-Man is very popular, very beloved comic book hero, very popular movies. And instead of keep what makes it so great and why it's so popular and has enjoyed success for a long time, I'm going to greatly worsen it. I do wonder too if perhaps she had tried some of those moves with Lion King but was not able to.
On screens, and the geek chorus speaks up, getting confused as to what's happening. I thought Green Goblin was dead. Well, Arachne's musical Furies explain that they are now in charge of making the story. The Goblin announces that he and the Sinister Seven will destroy the city, and they have a song called Sinisteria, where they wreak havoc while Peter and Mary Jane cuddle at home during the blackout. At this point, the worst and most infamous song begins.
What
In the song
on earth?
Deeply Furious, Arachne gets jealous of Mary Jane and sings a song about getting shoes. She has her Furies stealing shoes and singing along with her. It's awful. There were versions of the musical that had Arachne then confront Jameson to write about her Sinister Seven, and other versions where she marries Spider-Man in some sort of dream sequence. Peter and Mary Jane sing about their love. Mary Jane gets kidnapped by Kraven, and Peter sings his biggest song, Boy Falls from the Sky. Spider-Man defeats the Sinister Seven.
People almost died for this Spider-Man musical where they have a fucking number about shoes, spiders and shoes with Arachne. An addition to the musical. Why? Because Julie Taymor thought it would be great.
Only to get tangled in a
Here's the full scene.
What does that little Mary Jane have that I don't have?
No fucking way.
Well, I have 8 legs and... Get me the shoes! Spider-Man is mine. That girl can rot. We'll see who gets to tie the knot. Shiny black and blue, you should know what to do. They're gonna face a deep impression on you. They know what to know, there's nothing they don't know. These shoes are pretty quick and looking to stick to you. Gonna get you now, wrap and tie you. Gonna get you now, ankle and thigh you. Gonna get you now, hook and eye you. Gonna get you now, tie you. I'm gonna eat you up.
Oh my God, this is even worse than I thought. It makes no sense. No, it's not good. It's not good. I bet you there are some of you in here who hate every other musical and you're like, you know what, actually I like this. No, because the concept of it is so stupid. No, I don't like this. And I know the audio in this is not good. I don't like this. The audience is like... $75 million musical. Please keep that in mind. No. What the fuck? What the fuck, Julie? Why?
Arachne's web. Arachne reveals the Sinister Seven were never real and were just illusions designed to make him become Spider-Man again. They battle, and she sings about how she wants him to either marry her or kill her. Arachne realizes Peter will never stop loving Mary Jane, so eventually she lets Peter go. Then, because she did something good, Arachne ascends to the heavens on the rope that she was hung with, and the musical just kind of ends. It's not great. I've read the book and watched videos, but this was not the version that I saw, and I'm glad. It becomes very clear why it was getting such bad reviews from the press. On top of that, I would say that the story is all over the place in terms of what is real and what isn't, and Spider-Man just isn't proactive enough. I do wish that I got to see the original cast perform. I saw the people that replaced them eventually, but I'm still glad that I saw the version I did overall because I think the story was better. In early 2011, version 2 was created by Roberto Aguirre Sacasa. The geek chorus was completely eliminated, allowing the story to just be the story without interruptions. Arachne watched over things but didn't directly interfere and was greatly reduced. It reworked the story to end Act 1 with Norman Osborn becoming the Green Goblin. In Act 2, Norman turns some of his scientists into the Sinister Six, and the finale of the entire musical is the battle between Goblin and Spidey on the Chrysler Building. It gives more time to fleshing out Peter and Mary Jane and ditches the song about Arachne wanting shoes.
Yeah, because
when you look at the entire production, there are so...
Not only it does not, is it stupid, it also detracts from what could make the story good.
Many problems. A lack of a strong producer overseeing everything, a lack of fidelity to the source material, massive budget overruns, and not enough care to the stunt work. But there were strong points. The costuming and set design were really innovative and well done most of the time. The stunts...
Caroline, you don't understand. The shoes were critical, okay? I actually think we should have had the entire musical be about the shoes. We should have had the dancing lady spiders with their shoes.
Looked incredible.
For the entire thing.
Several of the songs were catchy. Rise Above feels heartfelt.
They'll get tighter.
A Freak Like Me Needs Company is a catchy number, and Patrick Page may be playing the Green Goblin campily, but it totally works on stage.
I got an axe to
The cast was very talented, but that story, the original version, averaged an F from critics' reviews on the now defunct site Stage Score, which would compile critic reviews. When they went to version 2, that went up to a C+, which I would argue maybe it deserved a little bit more. It wasn't perfect, but I can say it was an experience. I still listen to a bunch of the songs.
You know what I will say? This is one of those, because of how what a historic failure it was, and it's one of those now kind of legendary productions because of what a disaster it was. I'm sure it's one where if you've seen it, you're like, I saw it. Oh, Spider-Man? Turn Off the Dark? The most unsuccessful Broadway show of all time. The biggest Broadway flop of all time. Yeah, I saw it.
They're very catchy, at least some of them. And it was fun. It looked good. It did look good. The actors were competent and great. I honestly think that basically if they had decided, instead of putting it in the most expensive and oldest theater on Broadway, to create this as more of like a traveling circus show or put it in a modern venue in Las Vegas, it probably would have turned a profit. A few more decisions could have made it profitable. Instead, it holds the record for things like the most preview performances, a ton of injuries, the most expensive production ever. But, as any fan of Spider-Man can tell you, it takes more than bad press to keep Spider-Man down. Thanks so much for taking a look with me at Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark. And if you...
This was Julie Taymor's inspiration for the shoe song. Is it shoes? Julie Tamer saw this video and went, what if I put that in Spider-Man?
Are so inclined, I'd really appreciate your support. Check out that link.
Wait, this guy's great. Comic Tropes, subscribe.
In the description below to get my cover to Vampirella. I'm really proud of that. It's only available for a few more days, and I will see you next week for another exciting episode. Until then,
he was too generous
keep reading
in his
comics.
review. he did the thing where you try to find something positive to say. You try and find the good, because so much of it is not good. But he found the good. Wow, what a journey. What a journey we landed on here. Starting with me saying, and I'm sure people got pissed, being like, she's such a jerk. Being like, why do people like Spider-Man? Which I meant sincerely. Why are people excited for the newest Spider-Man movie that's coming out this weekend? And then we got all the way to diving into Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark, which I always had known was a disaster, but I didn't know like all the ins and outs. And boy, oh boy, was that a mess. And the fact that we started this conversation and I said, okay, I know enough about Spider-Man. I've seen some of the Spider-Mans. And then the fact that because I know the basics, I know what makes Spider-Man a compelling character, right? Watching Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark, you go, how the fuck did you think you could take out the things that everybody knows to be true, the things that everybody remembers, people like me, normies like me, take them out and put in a song about fucking shoes, spend $75 million and be like, yep, gonna be a hit, gonna be a massive hit. And it was not. She let her ego take over by creating a very obvious self-insert with Arachne and make her the de facto main character over fucking Spider-Man. Disney probably shut that shit down ASAP with Lion King. Whew. Wild. I mean, not many people can say that they bear responsibility for something that is most successful in its category and something that is the least in its category. So that is impressive. I will give her that. I will give Julie Taymor that. It looks like we have someone who saw it in chat. Well, I know Ghost saw it in chat. Did anybody else see Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark? So is anyone in here one of the lucky ones who saw this on Broadway? No, because none of us are lucky enough to have gotten to be in the audience for Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark. All right, y'all. I am getting out of here. Sorry for no gaming. But we had Spider-Man fun. Yay! Woohoo! It was so fun. Don't come at me. I am sending you over to Jaina Splitters. Have a great rest of your evening. A great rest of your day. I will see you next time. Thank you for joining me. And watch good musicals, y'all. Keep theater alive. You know? That's what it's all about.